Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, y'all. We are starting the final chapter of Trails Through Daybreak here on the channel. If you missed all the other episodes, there's a whole playlist of them. Go check them out. But while you're here, why not consider hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel for more Trails content. And without further ado, let's get into the final chapter of Trails Through Daybreak. I am a little nervous to start this chapter because of what happened at the end of the last chapter. I don't know. Falcom's cooking with this game, and I've got a feeling bad stuff's gonna happen with this one. So let's get into it. Okay, we're going what, like a day? No, that's like a week later, right? Math? It had been 8 days since the events of Arasion came to a close. After the crisis was resolved, it was announced that the explosion at Vashtar Palace and Kray's destruction were the work of Almata. However, as if to quell any unease, it was also promptly announced that Almata was no more thanks to the CID and a number of external collaborators. With the last remaining nuclear device being recovered, the state of emergency around Edith was lifted the next day. This happened in tandem with fervent reports that the CEOs of the Quincy Company and Etwas had been formally arrested. This was a shock to many. The Quincy Company's products were beloved across the continent, and Etwas vehicles seen as a major status symbol. It's almost unfathomable. It's almost unbelievable that both men had been blackmailed into funding a terrorist organization. The Quincy Company's CEO being the father of a famous A-rank bracer added to much of the discussion as well. However, as his daughter personally led the charge on his arrest, the general public sentiment was one of compassion and concern. And her attempt to turn in her bracer badge was summarily rejected by the guild's headquarters in Le Mans. Calvard's economy, which had been briefly thrown into disarray by the state of emergency, was quick to return to relative normality. Yet some things would never return. The impending end of reparations continued to emit a small degree of unease among the populace. Still, this and the culmination of events had no ill effect on President Gramhart's approval rating. Indeed, they only served to increase it. His office stated that a memorial service for Kray would be held during December 3rd's Revolution Festival. Following that would be quite the reveal. The Calvard military's newest weapon would be on display, a symbol of the country overcoming its grief and moving forward with great strength. Is that the space base? I guess that wouldn't really... Oh, I guess it could be a weapon. Because you could do like orbital bombardments and those sorts of things like you see in games like Helldivers and...
So that's that, huh?
Yeah. Well, Melchior's still on the run, which does bug me.
So we have all the Genesees now, right?
But the authorities in the guild have taken out all their bases and secured any routes that could be used to flee the country. Their partners in crime are being taken care of too, right?
Indeed, the Gralsritter and Iscariot have put aside their differences for now to pursue the gardens. Several Jaegers, including those of Ikaruga, and even the Society have also been working toward that end.
Meanwhile, Heiwei and Marduk spearheaded the effort to expose all of Almata's connections. I believe their findings, which reveal a number of associates, have since been sold to the CID. That's quite a lot.
Man, Gen and Sal never miss a beat.
Abby and the rest of our people have been hard at work with Eisenshield too.
As for the nuclear weapon, we don't need to worry about that either. Professor Hamilton and the other disciples supervised its disassembly, so it's no longer a threat. Professor Callahan isn't believed to have made any more, and the Mafia won't be capable of making more themselves anytime soon.
See, this is what's so bizarre about how Chapter 5 ended, is it felt like it was the end of the game, but there's like this sense of unease, because I don't... Like, something is going to happen here pretty soon. And I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling it involves Van, because of what happened with Mare before the fight with Dantes.
Even if the one sword capable of detonating them was still in their possession, they would still need a device to be detonated. I might add that Calvard is aiding the congregation for the sacraments in going through and clearing the rubble that was once Vashtar Palace. They expect to have finished the task and found that sword together with the halberd and armor artifacts by mid-next month.
None of them can be used by anyone but their rightful owner anyway, right? I guess once that's wrapped up, we'll be able to say this whole thing's well and truly over.
I suppose so, yes. To think we've persevered through so much.
We sure have.
I'm still worried about Melchior, though. Just to me, it's strange how no one seems to have any idea where he is.
I still can't believe what he did to his own boss. I don't know if I'll ever be able to understand how that guy thinks. Not that I want to.
I was gonna say, you probably don't want to.
Psychopath does psychopathic things. News at 11. Just how it is.
Thanks, Aaron.
I wish I could have taken revenge on the last asshole responsible for my bro's deaths. But can't win them all, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave that one to the Oathbreakers people. They say you gotta fight poison with poison. Now it's time to see if he'll live up to that old saying.
Right. But at least now, the world can finally be at ease.
Trying to tell myself that I did everything that I could, including for the children of Aracian. Which that was a pretty smart plan. Even if I can't help but feel like I put a lot of people out for nothing. It's not true at all. Perhaps there may be some who would see your actions as self-righteous, but I believe they were meaningful. Of course they were. I'm not in the business of telling my assistants what's right and wrong either. You did what you believed was right. It's good enough for me. So you got my thanks too. Well, you're welcome, but I couldn't have done any of it without a lot of help from others. Not everything had a happy conclusion since Elaine's father ended up arrested. I'm still so glad that we're all able to gather like this again. Yeah, me too. Our foes were a terrifying force to be reckoned with, but through everyone's cooperation, we triumphed. You deserve a lot of praise to yourself, you know. Thinking back, there were a lot of times when I don't know what we would have done without you. We owe so much to the goddess, or maybe to our chief having the devil's own luck. Could be. Either that or because I made Lady Luck my... Oh my gosh, Aaron. What does that mean? Will you stop that? You really can't help yourself, can you? So we now have 6 Genesees in our possession. I doubt I could have ever gotten this far without all of you, so thank you. Oh, we were happy to help. That just leaves 2 now. Oh, we don't have them all. We're missing 2. There's supposed to be 8 in all, so that should be the case. Professor Hamilton has been looking into where they could be, but nothing's come up so far. None have been discovered in any of Almata's bases or the Garden's hideouts either. I'm sure they'll turn up eventually, just gotta keep looking.
So, now that we've dealt with Almata, things should be back to business as usual before long. There's still gonna be plenty on our plates, especially in the short term. But it's about time you guys started thinking about whether or not you want to keep working here.
Suppose it is getting to be that time. The way things are going, my primary task will be complete before much longer. I've still got other things I want to do here in the capital, at least. And hey, I'm not even employed here. Wasn't really talking to you, but since you seem so dead set against being here anyway, why not go home already? Well, I would, but the paparazzi are such a headache and the food here is so good. I get that they're a hassle, but come on, I have to have given up on your story by now. And Nina seems worried about you, so even if you don't go see your family, you should still go back to your old place. Are you my mother? Perhaps you should discuss the situation with the owner of your apartment? I was talking to you, though. What? They're still covering all the trouble Almata caused, but I doubt that'll last more than a month. So unless I start taking on more subcontracted jobs, I'm not going to need to pay out for any assistance anymore, or have the budget to do it. Plan to find those last 2 Genesees, but it's got to be on the side while I do other work from here on. So while a helping hand when I'm swamped would be nice, it's all I'm going to need for you. Wait, it's all I'm going to need you for. Besides, you're going to be loaded up with student council work for a good while after next month rolls around. It's true, but what kind of work? There's going to be some big event taking place at Anya's school in a few months. There's no need to hurry them into a decision. As you said, you still intend to help deal with the aftermath of Almata's actions. I will remain here to assist you with that as well. The more we have on our side, the better. You're not wrong there.
I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that you should be thinking about this stuff. The Revolution Festival's in 3 days, and we're going to be drowning in work until then for sure. Been a while since we could focus on 4 SPGs and Edith, so hope you're ready to dive in soon as breakfast is done.
So something's gonna happen at the festival, and Judith is wearing her disguise. I feel like this is a calm before the storm sort of thing. For you upon your return. See, okay. So the titles of each chapter have like dealt with something going on in the story, and that says for you upon your return. Like, who's going to leave? Is it Van? Is it Agnes? Like, I don't know. My gears are turning. My gears are turning. The Kitty engine? Is that like a OS that Renne released or something? I mean, it's got to be, right? Probably like her hacking software or something like that. So she pushed an update, huh? Our ex-Kitty sure keeps herself busy. And I just know her workload in Neurasian must have been nuts too. This is for the best, I think.
Yeah, just tell me what you want.
Okay, so Mare... She's still in the Zypha. She hasn't done anything out of the ordinary since Neurasian. There's still a lot of mysteries to be solved about both her and the Grendel. But those have got nothing to do with the others, not even Agnes.
No, this is all wrong. This isn't who I am. This isn't me.
I was right all along. I found it. Seems my work here is now done.
Because yeah, like what does all that mean? Still, your master was right that I laid that on them out of nowhere. There's still time until we need to head out. Why don't I go and check on them? Speak to all allies before getting to work. Well, let's grab some of these achievements. Okay. Alright, it seems to be everything. So they're all what? Oh, they're all around. Okay. Must be working on stuff for Marduk. Probably about Almata. There's still a decent chunk of time until half past, so I'd better get out of her hair.
Oh, Mr. Arkride.
Sorry, I wouldn't have come if I'd known you were working. All the Almata stuff almost wrapped up?
Yes. We've been able to pinpoint groups related to them, their dummy corporations, and other illegal channels. I admit to some surprise at just how far outside of Calvard their reach spreads. But Marduk has largely decontaminated the areas over which it has influence.
The Chief of Security had a big role to play in that too, I'm sure. Though who wants to bet Thorndyke will use this as a chance to expand Marduk's market share?
I suspect you would be on the winning side of that bet. Between the war against the Empire and the Tower and Crossbell appearing soon after, it feels like too much is happening too fast in Zemuria. As other countries seek to catch up with the Republic and its latest innovations, Zyphas, assault frames, I imagine the need for Marduk's services will only expand going forward.
Makes it abundantly clear we're living in a time of big change. And speaking of, you started thinking of the next step for yourself at all?
I am but a humble concierge. Nothing more, nothing less. My focus for the foreseeable future remains supporting you, Mr. Arkride, be that with Mare or with your stun caliber. I could do most of my work remotely as I did before, of course, but I am now aware of just how much more inefficient that is.
Gotcha. Sure wish I knew why your people love to have their eye on me so dang much. But I ain't gonna tell you what to do. We got an equal deal going on between us. Just keep in mind that starting next month, I'm not gonna need as much office help as I have been. Which is probably fine for you. Your plate's full enough without dealing with the day-to-day around here.
Well, I suppose I do. Though I would like to believe I'm making a fair contribution irrespective of that.
Something up?
It's nothing, really. I was only thinking that I might not be able to help you from next month onward after all. You see, next month will mark 1 year since I was given this body, and it's about time it was given some thorough maintenance.
Oh, right.
Depending on matters here and the overall project status, I might have to return to my former environment. In that event, I would have no choice but to revert to assisting you remote.
Now hold up there. You really gonna be okay with that?
So you have an inkling as to what that former environment was? What gave it away? Was it something about the way I work? No, I suppose there isn't any point in me knowing.
Nah, it wasn't anything like that. Just...
Please, don't misunderstand. As you're aware, Marduk is a logical, impartial corporation. So long as I keep demonstrating I can provide value to them, I don't doubt they will keep letting me use this body. In that regard, our relationship is quite equitable. I even plan to purchase it from them if all goes well.
Huh? That's an option? A state-of-the-art artificial body can't run cheap, though.
It most certainly is costly. But with my salary, I think it's possible that I could have enough Mira saved in a few years. My current arrangement here earns me even more than my remote work did, too. So I would like to keep at it as long as possible.
Hey, happy to help. So I'm curious, just how high a salary are we talking anyway?
Well, I can't give you a specific number since that's classified information, but about enough to buy an Etwas entry-level sedan.
You could buy a used apartment in the suburbs with that kind of money. Guess that's a lot. Now, can I do... I guess I can't do the beta test things. I kept forgetting to do those throughout the story. Not sure what my job responsibilities will entail after next month's maintenance. Okay. I guess we'll go check the other characters. Madame Adelaide? Why does that character look familiar? Chloe... Oh, it's Judith's mom.
So you're going back to your apartment?
Yeah, I guess that's the plan. I must have worried you sick, huh? It looks like Buzz Raiders finally given up on their stupid obsession with me, so it seems safe enough to live there again.
There's been so much going on lately that I'm sure they've got bigger fish to fry now.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine. I've actually been wanting to thank you for helping out Judith for a while now. Please pass on my regards to everyone else as well, including the family who runs the bistro.
Now hold your horses! I'm the one who's been helping him out, so why is he the one getting thanked?
Because I'm sure that you just weaseled your way into his trips outside the capital without taking no for an answer. I don't know all you've been up to, but I do know that you were able to return in one piece thanks to Arkride Solutions' efforts. And with how much I respect you as my senior in the industry, I think it's only natural for me to want to say thank you.
So you respect me that much, huh? I mean, not that it isn't perfectly natural for you to respect me, of course.
Never takes much to butter her up. No, I'm sure a young lady here just so happens to be an expert at it.
She's become such a sassy little thing. She was so cute and polite when she first started out, but look at her now. All that success must be going to her head.
It was 3 years ago, right? Though I don't know if 15's early or late for starting out in your industry.
It's not late, but it's not really early either. I started acting at 14 myself. A lot of actors and actresses get their first roles when they're children even, which just goes to show how much of an unusual case she is. She ended up going from a rookie to a top actress in 3 years, which is just crazy.
I can see why, though. I've seen a few of her films, and it's interesting seeing how different her approach to the craft is compared to yours. You can handle any kind of role that's thrown at you, yeah, but she just fully becomes the character she's playing without even trying.
I didn't realize you knew your way around different acting techniques. I agree with you, too. Her performance in Wolf's Requiem was amazing. But Gloria just blew me away.
Yeah, her as Sheena Dirk was something else. The media kicked up all that fuss about an Easterner playing the role, but in the end it was hard to see her as anything other than Sheena reborn.
Boy, she's 4 years my junior and already she's nipping at my heels. She's sure not making it easy to stay top dog, but I say bring it on. I don't plan to go down without a fight.
Good. I got nothing but respect for that spunk you got in you. Real shame about the rest of you, though.
You better watch your darn mouth. And while I'm at it, I think what you said earlier was pretty out of line, too.
Right.
So, now that we've dealt with Almata, things should be back to business as usual before long. But it's about time you guys started thinking about whether or not you want to keep working here.
Wow, I didn't expect you to outright admit it. Then...
So, you don't want people butting in on your side hustle either, do you?
Well, no, but that's not the same thing.
Did I just... No.
I inherited my techniques from my mom and hers before her. And while they might not be legal, I still think the world needs... Oh, I get you now. I don't know what your secret is, but you've got something you don't want people to get involved in too, huh? Or I guess, something you can't afford to let them get involved in.
Anyway, as two people who transform into things a teenager might have dreamed up, we gotta look out for each other. Don't know if I'm down to get caught living with an actual criminal though, so you should still probably find some other place to live.
But I really don't want to give this place up. Well, I've got my next film's premiere coming up, so I'll go back to my old place before the festival, at least. I just wish I didn't have a bunch of stuff to report to Mom and Grammy first.
Enough about me. I get why you draw that line where you do. The way I see it, or the way they see it, I think it's fine. Okay. On to the next group of characters. Surprised Aaron doesn't have more in his room. Like, I'm just thinking of like Randy's room at the SSS building. Oh, okay. Of course, there's the stuff that Randy would have in his room. Honestly, kind of Falcom, what are we doing here? Honestly, kind of nice to have you still acting the same around times like these.
What? You come to talk about that cold bunk you said to the kiddos? If it was gonna eat away at you, you shouldn't have said it in the first place. Looks lame when a dad past his prime sulks over his teenage kids.
We're finding ways to call me old. Besides, you seem to have it in your head I wasn't talking to you, but I was. You gotta have plans to go back home eventually,
Sure
right?
do. I'm a born and bred Longport boy, and I always will be. But I've only been here for 3 months. That's barely enough time to miss me. So unless I've got some specific reason to head back, I'm staying put. And I wouldn't mind going to a few other places, like Crossbell or Arabonia. Hell, I'd even put Eastern Zemuria on the table.
Look at you go.
Knock it off with the my baby's growing up vibe. Oh, and let's get one thing straight. Me staying in the capital doesn't mean I'm gonna be at your beck and call.
You sure about that?
If the girls left and this place turned into a total sausage fest, I don't even want to think about how sad a sight that'd be.
Hey, don't give me that look. I'm not after your pity, alright? By the way, your old problem ain't showing any sign of resurfacing, right?
You mean that tyrant? Yeah, nothing there. Yen can call me a reincarnation all he wants, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm as me as I can be. I decide what I want to do with my life, not some dusty old relic from the ancient past.
You're a one-of-a-kind, cocky little dude, you know that?
And what's that supposed to mean? Don't be such a freaking creep. Anyway, get lost so I can have my fun. Though, if you don't mind waiting to kick some ass on the clock, that'll give me time to go tap some ass off the clock.
Oh my gosh. We ain't putting off work for that. So much have you been getting around when I haven't been looking? Who died and made you my grandpa? Go read the kids a bedtime story or something. Just let me do my thing, yeah? Got some booty calls I wanna... Oh my gosh, Aaron. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, who's even in here? I didn't even look at the rest of the room. Huh.
Hello, Van.
Oh, is it time to go already?
You still got time, don't worry. But dang, your drone is something. Their speech is stiffer than a hollow's, but it's wild how you can hold a whole conversation with them.
Yeah, they don't have complete free will, but they do have a networked sense of self. Zeros is the same. They're around the same quality as those combat shells in the Empire, from what I understand. The other mare is leagues ahead of them on a technical scale, but Hades knows how long it'll take humanity to make something similar.
It'd be a tough ask even for Hamilton and Cronkite, huh?
Oh, absolutely. We're talking singularities here. Still, we know it's theoretically possible. That was proven by what happened behind the scenes 2 years ago. You've heard all about that, I assume.
A bit, yeah. Guess I don't even need to ask what you're gonna do once you graduate. Feels like a given that you'll be focusing on orbital drone research, or have you got your sights set on even higher?
I'd like to help the professor with her work at some point, even if I don't feel like I'm quite ready yet. Still, I'd rather finish things here before moving on to something else. Working here has been incredible for broadening my horizons too, so I think continuing my studies here would be more than worth its while.
You think?
Basel has patently more in the way of facilities, but the orbital network is lightning quick these days. It's even helped me attend lectures at the Institute remotely, so it hasn't been half as inconvenient as I was expecting. Being here will also let me take part in the project to upgrade the network currently in use in Edith and the surrounding area. Though at some point, I'd really like to broaden my studies at the Epstein Foundation, ZCF, and Rhineford.
Makes sense. Man, our little boy who could only think of protecting his grandmother's home is all ready to take the world by storm. With how grown up you are, you should have just joined us in the Springs instead of being shy.
What? Who are you, Aaron?
My bad, I only heard it after it came out of my mouth. But yeah, compared to the others, it hasn't been long since you moved in. If you're satisfied with the setup you got going on here, I don't see the harm in working from here for a while. Yeah, working from here for a while longer. Plus, you got Paulette to breathe down your neck if your health starts to nosedive from researching all night.
You're probably right. It's nice how she always worries. Still, are you sure you aren't going to need my help after this month? Almata might be out of the picture, but the issue of the Genesis is still ongoing. And there's still a lot we don't know about Mare, the Grendel, or Marduk either. Then there's whatever Yang, Professor Cronkite, is working on with the President.
It's a space base. You got a point. There's a lot going on. So if I need help with stuff, I'll be sure to come knocking. It means you come knocking if you need help with stuff too. I can investigate whatever you want, even down to the color of Cronkite's underwear. Why would you want to know that?
That's so random. And don't think I didn't notice you patting me on the head.
You've become very red, Katra.
Catch a cold? Let me feel.
My temperature is perfectly normal, thank you very much.
Dude, Catcher's cool. I don't want to mention, I don't feel obligated to shoulder my workload. I appreciate it, but solving problems myself helps me learn more about the bigger picture. You never know when that knowledge base may come in handy. Nothing better happened to Catcher in this episode. I'm going to be really upset. Oh, is she going to travel? Those Central, Eastern, and Western history textbooks?
Oh, yeah. Agnes gave me the Western one.
Oh, I misread I totally misread the titles. I just looked at the pictures and just assumed they were travel guides.
They're supposed to be the same edition, but there's a bunch of little differences between their contents and viewpoints. It's been really eye-opening comparing them, even if there's also lots of stuff I don't really understand.
I just now noticed what else is around her deck. She's got a toolbox, a knife, and then I'm assuming those are boxes of ammo. And then a cute, dainty little lamp. Well, ain't you a budding scholar? If you can get your hands on the Far Eastern version, I bet you'd find all kinds of differences there too.
I was thinking the same thing. So, Aaron promised to give me his old copy. You know, before I met you, I barely left the village. Most of my life was spent inside of it. But Ida wasn't kidding when she talked about how big the outside world is. Even if I dedicated my entire life to studying, I doubt I could learn all there is to know about it.
It's pretty wise for a kid her age. Probably, yeah. Listen, I meant what I said earlier, but I probably shouldn't have brought it up out of nowhere the way I did.
No, I totally get where you're coming from. The timing is right. Now that Almata's gone, I feel like I've been able to avenge Ida's death. It sounds like Abby's willing to forgive me for disobeying his orders, too. I also miss Umi, my mom, and my siblings Lana and Camille, to tell you the truth. But I've also gotten used to living in Calvard, and I have a lot of fun at Sunday school. And more than anything else, I'd be really sad to say goodbye to you and everyone here.
Still, we're not talking about tomorrow or even next week, and even if you do go home, it's not like we'll never see each other again. If your goal is to become a real warrior, though, then I think the choice is clear.
I guess you're right.
Though you don't have to go down that path if you don't want to. There's plenty of things you could do off the battlefield. You could even try following a path more like Sylphide's.
You really think I could be like Fee?
I'm not pushing you to join the guild or anything, to be clear. Just saying it might be better than you following in your brother's footsteps.
Yeah, I think so too. Still, I never even considered becoming a bracer. Is it okay if I think more about it?
Think about it as long as you want. There's no rush. Just be ready to head out in a bit, okay?
Okay.
I could see Fairy as a bracer. Let me think about what else I can do besides just going back home and being a warrior. I think I'm confusing myself about it. There are just so many options. So I want to take the time to really think it through. Thanks for all the help along the way, Van. So this is where you snuck off to. Had a quick errand to attend to. Are all your preparations squared away? Preparations? Feels a bit of a stretch to call them that, but yeah, I'm ready. Still got plenty of time, so no need to rush. Well, there's rushing, and then there's being efficient. Guess she's in the middle of something. I'll bug her later after my stuff's done. Is there anyone... Well, no, wait, is this... No, that's just a wall. So maybe... Nope. This one. There we go. He's got a nice little... He got a jukebox over here, some chess. His goggles, his jacket. Of course, some alcohol. Huh. Smoking a cigar. He kind of looks like a Big Boss from Metal Gear Solid. That's funny. Is this music in any of the other games? Well, look who's made himself right at
As you
home.
well know, I shouldn't even be alive right now. I've decided to make the most of this chance, to try things I couldn't even imagine in my previous life, and have found myself rather enjoying them. The magazines you used to read were quite inspirational, if I'm being honest.
Wait, so this is my fault? If hordes of more respectable students ever found this out, they'd have my head. So Ashlad isn't the uncooperative a-hole I was expecting?
Indeed. He may be a man of few words, but he is an honorable, just, and determined one, capable of seeing the greater picture. Rank-and-file armed monks trust him, so I would be confident in Iscariot's handling of matters, if he were the only one they answer to. However...
You got his boss to worry about, their captain, right? The one all 30,000 members of the Papal Guard in Iscariot answer to?
Correct. They took up their post after my retirement, so I've never met them. I believe their identity is considered a top secret, even among the Congregation for Divine Worship, to whom the Papal Guard also answers. I suspect only a small number of people know who they are. Several hundred Iscariot monks, the cardinals of the Congregation for Divine Worship, the commander of the Gralsritter, and the Pope. Whoever they are without a doubt the congregation's wild card.
For what reason would someone like that have to get their right-hand man involved in this? Genesis? They're more of a Gralsritter kind of deal. Actually, why are you even telling me all this stuff in the first place? Already like a magnet for info I don't want to know as it is.
It's far too late to be caring about such things, my young friend. Still, whether they are criminal or legal, your old friends or your assistants, I genuinely believe that the more people you know and interact with, the better. Who we meet shapes who we become. Be these relationships fortunate or foul, we are all the more human because of them. Surely the past 5 years have taught you this.
Well, people's natures just don't change easily, I guess. Having you in Horacion was a huge help, as huge a help as it is having you here now. So I count this relationship among the fortunate ones, at least. So keep sticking around so the younger generation can kick back a bit, yeah? I'd pay you as thanks, but I don't think you'd take the Mira. At least let me get you something even nicer than that jacket you've taken a liking to. Anyway, we've still got plenty of time left, so I'll go ahead and leave you be. Take it easy, Master.
There are things in life you cannot avert your eyes from, no matter how hard you try.
What does that mean?
Whether you can realize that fundamental truth is down to you, Van.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I've said my piece. All that's left is for you to look within yourself and make your decision. Now then, I'll need something to pass the time. Perhaps a bike magazine or two will help. Special feature? Heart-pounding courses with heart-stopping views? Color me intrigued. Okay. Is there more she can say? Sun feels more. It's been some time since I last made the rounds. Huh, guess not. Oh, hi, Van. We just wrapped up the breakfast menu for the day. What she said. No more from the morning menu for you. Don't care if you didn't get enough to eat. You lost your chance. I'm fine. I'm a grown adult. I don't need to eat that much. Let's drop by to kill time until I leave for work. Also, I just want to say, I'm so glad you all made it back here safe and sound. Did we ever get a souvenir for Yume? Because I don't think we did. So, we didn't get Yume her souvenir, but not for the reasons that I thought we wouldn't have got it. Sometimes you make for noisy neighbors, but lately it's hard to rest easy when things get too quiet. Especially now that I won't be seeing my Crave regular anymore. Oh yeah, I guess you and that guy from Cray had some history, huh? I'm sorry. Yeah, since he helped with restaurant stock, we got to know him pretty well. We'll be going to his memorial service, as you can imagine. It's only fair we send him off after everything he did for us. Right, makes sense. Well, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, so things should still be lively around the office. The source of the issue's gone now, so my assistants might split off soon. I'll believe it when I see it. It's a little hard to imagine they would. No, I was gonna ask earlier, but what about that racer? Did he stop by again? He has. Actually stopped by yesterday. Thanks for asking. It's good, I guess. He alright? I suppose. He enjoyed his meal at least. What's the verdict? Anything between them or what? What? You don't gotta glare at me like that. Oh, are you talking about Maxim? He's funny in a lame way. Dude's got his work cut out for him before anyone respects him as a father. Good luck, pal. He's a loser in a lame way or something?
What'll it be, hun? See you again.
Okay, Paula, you can't be calling Van Hun like that, okay?
Come back soon.
You're gonna put things in the minds of players and think you two are an item. Relieved to see you're all back home safe. Yumi's energetic as ever, so you can't just leave her without someone to play with, no? You got it. That's it? Oh, I was gonna talk to Zeros. Something's gonna happen here. Probably something bad.
Okay, that should do it. Oh, Van, is it almost time to go?
It's getting there, but we still got some time. Can't believe how lifelike this guy is. Professor Hamilton's students are something else.
I was told there's more to him sleeping in the sun than just imitating dogs, too. He can turn the sun's rays into orbital energy.
Oh, that's cool. Makes sense. I remember that being one of the areas Professor Hamilton was researching. Still, I know you've gotten real comfy around here over the past few months. It's almost time to start planning the next school festival, ain't it? Isn't the student council going to get real busy soon?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm starting to feel the pressure, to tell you the truth. The end of April still feels like a long ways off now, but I know it'll be here before we know it. I was able to attend last year's festival just after enrolling, and there was just so much to see and do over those 3 days. It was hard to believe that the whole event was planned and executed by students alone, even if quite a lot of them did take part.
Yeah, it's a staple of spring in the capital at this point, especially with how many people check it out. With your current president at the helm, I can see this upcoming one being a festival for the books.
The other student council members and I are a little worried about that. So you did attend Aramis then? Just like Elaine and Mr. Kincaid.
Yeah. I dropped out not long after becoming a second-year student, though. Elaine and I were in the same year, while Renne was a third year. The second he had the chance, Renne took on being student council president, because of course he did. And because we'd known him for so long, we started helping out with student council work too. Then Elaine stepped up and took the role of vice president once the former one decided to go abroad for a while. So there you go. That's how the festival came to be under one man's merciless watch.
I see. Of course, after getting to know you so well, I can imagine that whatever you organized for it was anything but typical. I'm sure Elaine was less than impressed with it, while Mr. Kincaid thought it would be funny and thoroughly approved, even though he probably shouldn't have.
It's like you were right there with us. I still remember my first drink at the after party back then too. Man, it was so good. You know how much of a sweet tooth I've got, but not even the bitterness of the alcohol could keep me from cracking a smile.
I should have known. You were pushing the boundaries of legality even as a teenager. So the festival came to a close, and the student council elections were held in May. That's when Elaine became the next president. And when you dropped out, I assume. You did it without warning, too. Without so much as a single discussion with anyone beforehand. So, how right am I?
You sure you're not psychic? It's like you're in my head.
Well, I know the average school year at Aramis, so I just put 2 and 2 together after seeing the way you talk to them. That, and these last few months have also done wonders for my personal growth. I used to be this shy little girl who was afraid to leave her comfort zone. Someone who couldn't even speak her mind to the one family member she wished she could the most. But now, I feel like a whole new me. I can walk a little further, and have learned to say what's in my heart. I have everyone here to thank for that. But most of all, I have you to thank for that.
I thought divining my high school years was enough of a surprise, but you weren't done, huh? At this rate, you're gonna have everyone running around at your beck and call even more than Renne.
Oh, stop. I doubt that'll be the case. Though there is one person I wish would pay a bit more attention to me.
Her dad, I'm assuming.
Nothing. I was just thinking that I still have a long road ahead of me.
So you got to talk to him a bit on the phone after what happened on Arassian, but that's it? I suppose I'm used to that by now. Seems like this year's Revolution Festival is going to be a big one too, what with the memorial service and more besides. It's no wonder he doesn't have much time to dedicate to me right now. But he did say we could get together after the ceremony is over, thankfully. Really? Guess that's better than nothing, and at least you can still see him. It is true, compared to Elaine, I'm very fortunate. Can't even imagine what she must be going through. She's amazing to have been able to do what she did, to make what must have been an excruciating decision, even if it was the right one. I don't think there are many people who could have followed through on that, bracer or otherwise. I hate that the hard times clearly aren't over for her. But if you could just be there for her, I think she would like that very much. I don't mean to put that responsibility squarely on your shoulders, of course. Mr. Kincaid and the guild should be there for her too, but still. I mean, yeah, I wasn't gonna give her the cold shoulder or anything. Won't make up for what I did 7 years ago, but I'd like to think I can be there for her in some way others can't. Sounds like she won't be back here for a while, though. She's got a ton left to do in Arassian. What's that look for? Not proactive enough, you think? Oh, don't mind me. I'm sure just knowing you want to comfort her would mean a lot in itself, really. Okay. She can't always please a teenager once they get to that age, I guess. Still. What is it? Why are you laughing? You lovebirds want to get a room? I didn't know you were all here. Is it already time to leave then? You might want to get your eyes checked if you thought you were seeing hard eyes. Oh, I don't know. Did you hear anything special, Zeros? Oof. Not you too, Katra. You're just making small talk, honest. I feel a little better now, to be honest. Our futures may still be uncertain, but for now we can continue to take each day as it comes. That we can, and sorry, I shouldn't have said what I did earlier. Our boss is such a little troublemaker. Don't sweat it. They say not being able to read the room comes with old age. You know, one day you're gonna realize I'm still in my prime. It's always the same with you two. Forget it. Let's just see what's on the docket for today. Revolution Festival's 3 days out, and I wouldn't be surprised if the aftermath of Almata's destruction led to problems, too. It's only 10:30, and there's a lot of us, so I think we can cover all the districts in this part of town by today, right? Let's get to work. Agnes, Fairy, and Aaron have joined the party. Select 2 additional members. Well, probably Katra and Reset. Wait, what is Zero's doing? You telling me the dog speaks cat? That's whack. He got himself into the neighborhood kitty clique too? It's like Mr. Kitty's higher up on the food chain. Intriguing. If Zeros continues talking with these cats, it might develop an algorithm for translating their speech. That would be lovely. I look forward to Zeros' learning. So... Okay. Sure, why not? It's just... That's funny. Wait. Wait. Why? So back when they had to rezone everything, they gave each area a number. At the time, the main way of getting around was by horse and carriage, so the numbers made everything easier to understand. And that's why Vantail, with all the government offices, was given the number 1. Oh, so the numbers were added later. That makes sense. Huh. Pretty good with kids for a spinster. What's that supposed to mean, Sonny? Go on, scream. Don't you got better things to do? She's teaching Sunday school?
Quit dawdling and buy something.
Okay.
Stay out of trouble now.
Maria? She just has so many fascinating stories to tell. I learned a thing or two myself. Kids had so many curious questions for her at the end. I was right to ask her. Okay, yeah, sure. Yume, are you learning a lot? Tell me about rivers she wants to buy? What does Riverside Market mean? Riverside Market. Center Marché came around about the same time nowadays. It's split up into these 9 districts. I mean, hey, if Gen can teach, go for it, but I just was not expecting her to be a teacher. Okay, sure. Okay. I was curious what a Spriggan would look like, you know. But you look just like normal people. I might have even seen you around town before. Probably have. Our office is in Old Town. There's some stuff about you and your son. He's studying for high school entrance exams, right? You weren't kidding. You really do know about us. But you're right. We're hoping he'll be able to get into Aramis Academy, so I've been having him rigorously study every day. His grades were in a bit of a rut for a while, but they have thankfully started improving. Not that I ever doubted him, of course. He's my son, so of course he's capable. If he keeps this up, he surely will nail a spot in the academy at the tippy top of his class. I don't think it's inherently wrong to want your child to succeed, but she might be taking it a bit too far. But right as he's starting to show some promise, the situation turns dire. Curtis has been behaving really strange as of late. He's become violent all of a sudden, yelling really loudly, hitting things. He's never done that before? Never in his life. He's always been a good boy. He must be in some awful company if he's acting this way. It's the most logical explanation. I take my eyes off him for a moment and this happens. That's why I need you. Please figure out what happened to my precious Curtis. So what if he's gotten a little sassy? I don't want to curse myself mute if I was getting choked like this 24/7. The way that Aaron has worded things throughout this game has been almost a masterclass in writing. I don't think it would hurt to look around a little and make sure he isn't falling in with a bad crowd just to be safe. What do you think, Van? Should we help her? Maybe. Give me a minute to think about it. I mean, we can boost law. Might as well max that out, right? Alright, we'll take the case. Fantastic. Where's Curtis right now? He's out buying some reference material. Tyrell District we like to shop at. What if we search his room? I ain't too hot on digging through a teen's room like that, but it's the most obvious place to start looking. Bet you anything he's got all the good dirty mags in. Gosh dang it, Aaron. How did I know you were going to say that?
You have my support, Mr. Arkride.
Probably because we've had Aaron in our party for the majority of the game at this point. So we just kind of know what he's going to say. Mint tin? Sell tobacco-flavored mints inside these suckers. You can only get them if you're smoking or trying to quit. I'll explain why it doesn't smell like cigs in here. He could have been chewing on those instead of lighting one up. They taste like what? It might not be the real thing, but only delinquents even think about smoking at his age. Where'd I go wrong with you? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We might be missing something that explains why he had this tin. I know exactly why he had it. It's all my husband's fault. Him and that scandal of his that got him demoted from the Bank of Edith. Forced to move into Old Town because of that. If we were living in a safe neighborhood, my son wouldn't be straying from the path. Where do I end up finding him instead? Montmart. I caught him eating there again without a care in the world while I was out shopping. What's wrong with Montmart? Has he been working this whole time or just pulling the wool over my eyes? She just keeps going. Anyway, this tin gives us a good advantage. Just like, okay, we're ignoring this. It's faint, but you can still get a whiff if you get real close to it. Orbital hookah. Wait, is this one of the orbital hookahs from, like, what was it, chapter 3, I think? Need to figure out where these things came from in the first place. Right now, this stays between us. Nothing good can come of his mom catching wind of this. A firecracker of a mom like that, I can only imagine. Since we're talking about tobacco-flavored mints, maybe a cigarette seller would know something. His father smokes too, that could also lead somewhere. So we'll look into both of those. Mom said something about her husband eating at Montmart. Well, let's head on over. My son is chewing on tobacco-flavored mints. Can't believe it. He's never been the brightest at school, but I didn't think he'd be that stupid. Well, that's kind of harsh. Smell would only make our clients uncomfortable. Do you have any idea why Curtis would be taking those tablets? Any idea at all? Oh, I know what's going on with him. Boy must be getting lazy, tired of studying for entrance exams, so he must be taking them as a distraction. What an embarrassment. He's getting real spoiled if he thinks he can get away with all of this nonsense. When I was his age, I was so focused on my studies I didn't even eat or sleep. Just what in Gehenna is Zora doing raising our son for him to turn out like that? Parents like these, kid was gonna start acting out sooner or later. And the dad seems kind of like a jerk. Hey again, I know you're teaching Sunday school, but we're gonna interrupt your class. Not gonna lie, I think his parents are making a storm in a teacup. That's a phrase I've never heard before, but I kind of like it. Kid's not gonna turn into some hardened criminal because of this. But to answer your question, I do know who you're talking about. He came to my tobacco kiosk about an hour ago. He asked if I had any tobacco-flavored mints for sale. Told him I don't sell them and that, even if I did, a kid like him shouldn't go anywhere near them. Got all huffy and started yelling, called me an old hag, which was nice of him. Kid's got balls to say that to your face. What do you do after that? Beats me. My guess is he went looking for some other place he could sucker into selling him those mints. Had no idea he was going through all of that. He comes here a lot, so one of my workers and I made a point of looking after him and helping him with his studies. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you anything about his personal life or those mints you mentioned. It's all news to me, too. We appreciate you talking to us at all. If you don't mind me asking, could you tell us about the other worker? Oh, I recognize you. You come here a lot, too. You're from Aramis, aren't you? His name is Wait. Oh, right. Oh, right. Wait a minute. Oh, I misread that earlier thing. Never mind. He and Curtis seemed to get along really well. He would recommend reference books for Curtis to buy and whatnot. Between the two of us, I imagine Albert would know more about him than I do. Fat load of good that'll do, unless we can track the nerd down. Any ideas where he might be? It's probably either on campus or somewhere around the Auburn district. So Van's like,
Ah, welcome. I hope to see you again.
well, not Van, but like I love how Aaron's just like that, just straight up calls him a nerd. Why did we corner him? It's like, listen here, Albert, you're gonna tell us everything you know about this kid. Or Van just starts beating him up and he's like, where were the other drugs going? He just pulls a Batman. It's like it's something you need to be discreet about. Something like that. Do you know Curtis? I knew something was up. He'd been acting strange lately. Maybe unstable is the best word for it. It was very different from his usual self. How long have you known? You know, I don't really want to help you, but I guess I noticed it around late October. Oh my gosh, dude, seriously, if we can trade Albert for Cedric, I am okay with this. I cannot stand Albert. Something was off about it, though. I don't know where all the enthusiasm came from. No, not really. Didn't look like it anyway. Wait, maybe. It's not quite that. But I remember someone that looked like him hanging around the back streets in the Tyrell district. Since it was at night and the guy he was talking to looked real shady, I kind of just assumed it couldn't be Curtis. Maybe that's the guy that... Come on, stop mumbling and out with it already. Been warned at school to watch out for a suspicious man that hangs around Tyrell's back streets. He apparently sells tobacco and hard drugs to young people. That's what the rumors say anyway. I should have made the connection earlier. Curtis could have bought the tablets from him. Maybe he was going to meet him today when he said he was going to the bookstore. Alright, I guess we're going back to the back streets. He looks like a thug. Especially since he looks just like one of the characters from the opening video of this game. Not like the opening video, but like that part where they're doing a drug deal or something underground. Only one way to find out. I'll pose as a customer and try talking to him. You guys hang out here. If we approach him as group? If we approach him as group. Look, I'm not gonna like slam Falcom for this. It's just kind of funny how, I mean, anytime you make any kind of like, you do some kind of work where there's a lot of writing, you're bound to miss something. It's just funny that this phrase is, if we approach him as group, he'll probably get spooked. Hold on a minute, Chief. We're talking about a guy who deals to kids. He's not going to want to sell to an old fart like you. You'll never miss an opportunity to remind me that I'm older than you, do you? You might have a point. If his client base is students like Curtis, then I sure as hell am out. Don't let Aaron get to you. You're still perfectly young. Yeah, don't worry about it. You should be more confident. I agree. I'm not the best man for the job. I ought to be someone who looks rebellious enough to enjoy taking drugs, or else our guy won't bite. You're up, kid. Show this old man what a young punk like you can deliver. Yeah, I'll deliver all right. Just watch and learn. Yo, dude. Heard you could hook me up with some good stuff. That true? Who the heck are you? A good friend of mine told me all about you. Said you've got some kick-A mints that can get you high. Emphasis on the kick. Mind hooking me up with some? I'll pay you whatever you want if that's good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. That lanky school kid fill you in? Let you in on a secret. That stuff originally came straight from some pharmaceutical company. Hadn't heard of them before, but I guess they got busted by the cops or something like that. They were out on the market for only a hot minute before they were taken off. Just sold the last of my stock to that kid a little while ago. You kidding me? All that talk and you've got nothing to deliver? Way to let a guy down. Trust me, I'd love to have more so I could make even more money. It is what it is. Seems like that kid's developed a real dependence on him, though. Tried telling him what I just told you, but he got all pissy with me. Told me to give him more before chucking what he had like a little... Before chucking what he had like a little baby? Stuff like that's why I freaking hate dealing with addicts like him. They've always got to make everything hard. So the kid really did just come through here. Sounds pretty crappy, yeah? What did he do after he threw that temper tantrum? Suggested some other stuff to try, but he wouldn't listen to me. All he wants are those mints, it seems. So I told him to try the Blacklight District just to finally get the kid out of my face. What? You sent a kid? Oh my gosh. Wait, what did that guy say? What was the last thing he said? Scene here's deader than a stuffed palm. Oh, okay. That's not what I thought it said. I thought it said something wildly different. It's probably a dummy corporation set up by A. All we need to do is find the kid and hear his side of the story. Seeing as he's on his way to the Blacklight District, let's focus on dragging him out first. We can question him after that. Finally found you. Hey, you're Maj, right? The herb seller? Tell me you've got the mints I'm looking for. I don't think I recognize you. You look like you came from the surface the way you're dressed. Hate to break it to you, but I don't stock that garbage. Honestly, you should really quit taking those things if you know what's good for you. Liar! You have those mints. I know it. If I don't get more of those mints, I'm... Bingo. Now this is where we'd find our Poindexter. Huh? What do you want? I could swear I recognize you from somewhere. You're Curtis, right? Clearly something's going on with this kid here. Mind filling me in? Sure. His mom sent out a request for us. And then... What? I didn't hear anything about that. All I knew was that they were hard to come by. Thought they were ordinary mints that just happened to taste like tobacco. Oh, there's more to them than that. Much more. Heard they were manufactured by A, and that they leaked out onto the streets before the cops did their post-Tharbad roundup. The CID stamped out their pipeline, so they're not being made anymore. It's only a matter of time before they're off the streets completely. Oh, that's a relief. Bet you kids like to rebel against your parents, but hard drugs aren't exactly the gotcha you think they are. It's not about that. I'm not trying to rebel. I need those mints. Why can't you simpletons understand? It's not worth damaging your body. You really need to stop. You're already showing side effects, bud. That outburst there? Probably the mints making you irritable and prone to withdrawal. Like it or not, those things are having an impact on you, and they're only going to get worse the longer you're on them. I know that, for crying out loud. I know they're dangerous. But I have to take them. If I don't have them, I can't study hard enough. And if I can't study hard enough, I'll fail my entrance exam, and then I'll just be another stupid kid like all the rest. I don't even want to imagine how my parents would react if that happens. They'll yell and scream and maybe kick me out of the house. Well, that's over, isn't it? This poor kid. I feel awful for him. I can understand where he's coming from. Uncomfortably close to home? Did Catcher get kicked out or something? This mint addiction seems to be a symptom of the real problem then. We'll need to address the root cause to solve this case. It's pretty clear to me that the parents share some of the blame here. We're gonna need to give them a talking to. I know you're not gonna like this, but I need you to be part of that discussion with us, okay? If you don't mind me asking, do you know who sold those mints to him in the first place? We do, actually. Blonde guy with a goatee. Seemed like he had a habit of slinging his stuff around town. Oh, him. Should have figured. Don't you guys worry, he hasn't been on the streets for long. I'll be sure to remind him of the rules we have here. Though, frankly, if he's going around selling drugs to children, he won't be on the streets for long. Really appreciate it. It saves us the ballage of having to go find him again. This is all so much to take in. I feel so dizzy simply thinking about it. To think my own son would be taking prescription drugs. He's even worse than I could have imagined. Dude. How's about... Dude. Good grief. I don't know. This is not the way that I would approach this if this was my kid. As for you, did you forget that your father just started working again? I don't have time for this nonsense. And yet, see, here's the problem with this. And like, I know this just from being a youth pastor for almost 5 years and then being a teacher for another almost 5 years. When you say crap like this around your kid, I don't have time for this nonsense. And then you end it with, and yet here you are. What you're really saying is, or what the kid hears is, I don't have time. Like, what he's hearing from his dad is that his dad doesn't have time for him right now. This is so messed up. Like, I mean, they have a right to be upset because the kid's taking drugs. That's a problem, right? But the way they're going about it is just like completely the wrong way. Like, and then right now, even the dad's making it about himself. I don't know, man. Oh, Van's not talking about the kid. He's talking about you, the parents. Last thing I need is for my son to get arrested. Now that will really get me fired. No, you two got it all wrong. He's not the one that should be ashamed. It's you two. You should be mortified. Though I guess that's up to you. Can't force either of you to feel guilty. Guilty? What should I even feel guilty for? Don't try to change the subject. Curtis is the one that's acting like a delinquent. This isn't about us. On the contrary, this is all about you folks. Or did you forget already? You asked us to figure out why your kid changed. We're serving you the answer on a silver platter. Curtis was hitting a dead end with his studies and felt like he was being driven into a corner. That may be true, but I fail to see what that has to do with either of us. Since you're not getting it, I'll spell it out for you. Your son didn't fall in with a bad crowd or change because of some mints. It's all his parents' fault, a neglectful pair that failed to notice what he was going through, or maybe you just didn't want to. I knew I wouldn't like where this conversation was headed. Where did I fail as a father, huh? Have you two ever stopped to think about how Curtis feels? I don't know everything about your family, but it looks like you two only worry about what you want for him and not what he wants. And who are you thinking you can tell us how to run our family? You don't have the slightest idea of how hard I've worked for this. Also, Curtis could get into a prestigious high school. His future would be set. Exactly. Do you know how much money I've spent on his textbooks and mock tests? I've done all that despite my work situation. This conversation's getting nowhere and fast. Should have known they wouldn't listen. I feel wrong bailing out and leaving the kid out to dry, though. Not really my style, but I guess it's time for a little marriage counseling. What should I tell them? Recommend a divorce? Probably bring up their family bonds because, I mean, that's what the kid needs now. Like, yeah, I've seen this before. If the parents get divorced, this is only going to send Curtis on a further downward spiral. So yeah, we're going to bring up their family bonds. Has it even crossed your mind just why your son was so desperate with his studies? Who knows, maybe I'm talking out of my butt here, but stuff looks like he was just trying to live up to those lofty expectations of yours. That's not why. I just thought a good student should go to a prestigious school. And then you hit a brick wall. So that's when you started turning to those mints to get into Aramis. At the end of the day, is that what you wanted? I mean, sounds to me like what you really wanted was to not let your folks down. You put in all the effort so they would finally acknowledge you. I don't know what to say. And while your son's busting his back to succeed, what support did he have? He had a mother that twisted her love and affection for her child into a leash, and a father acting only for his own self-righteousness without ever stopping to look back at his family. Honestly, none of you ever did. You two don't know the first thing about taking care of a kid if you think this sad excuse for parenting's the best way to raise him. That is so cathartic. Oh man, that is so cathartic. I wanted to support you, but it turns out all I was doing was burdening you even more. Might have let it get to my head, having so much power over managing your life. I failed you as a mother. I should have believed in you, and I didn't. I'm so sorry, son. I thought it was my job as the man of the house to provide for my family, and that it was your mother's job to raise you and see, yep, that's the problem. When I was demoted at work, I thought I'd failed you all. But that's not when this all started. It began with me neglecting you, and what really should have been my role within this family. I think it's time for us three to sit down and talk as a family. Talk and figure out where we went wrong and how to fix things. You're right, it's time we stopped running from reality and started trying to work together. Yeah, I guess so. We really do need to talk. You sure didn't pull your punches, Van. Sincerely hope the conversation they'll have once we leave proves to be a fruitful one. I don't got anything else to add here. The rest is up to you. Don't worry about the whole drug deal. We'll take care of it discreetly so it doesn't become public. We'll get out of your hair now. Good luck, y'all.
Mission accomplished. Great job, you guys.
Mirror deposit confirmed.
Yep, law plus. As it should be. Do they have anything else to say? Oh, they're just going to discuss it over dinner, I guess. Okay. That was a good side quest. Look at Falcom cooking and stuff.
Thank you for your visit today.
Midnight Memories we haven't seen.
The showing on screen 1 will soon begin.
I don't know what Midnight Memories is, but let's hang out with Brigard and... Yeah, we'll do Brigard and Judith. Three high schoolers sneak into an old mansion looking to use it as a setting for their independent horror film. Oh, crap. This might have been fun to bring, Aaron and Anya's to. Lance is the star actor, Joshua is the cameraman, and Emily is the screenwriter, and they're all going to end up dead, probably. Each dutifully fulfills their role, and the filming progresses without incident. Until... Oh, bro, come on.
For real? Is it just me, or has the lighting been acting up for a bit?
Has it? I don't know. It was working fine this morning. Whoa!
Nah, dude, nah. There's a horror thing in Trails.
Hey, come on. I can't see a thing. Get those lights back.
Don't get the lights back on.
Lance?
Oh, dude, they're dead. No.
Huh? Emily? Is that you? Blood! Hey, Emily! Something happened to
Play with me, Joshua.
Love how we go from like that scary bit to this like kind of upbeat, cheerful music. That just does not fit. And the funny thing is, I had a feeling it was coming, and it still got me. So, congratulations, Falcom. You scared me so bad that I... Good job. Good job. You got ones that deal in jump scares, and then ones that prefer to have a more encroaching sense of dread. My problem with jump scares is that you never know if you're reacting because you're genuinely scared or you're just caught by surprise. See, that's a good distinction to make. Because it's, like, in some cases, it's kind of cheap because you don't know if you're actually scared or if it's just caught by surprise. I think it's pretty obvious, though, I was pretty scared. A real cornerstone of the genre, but a lot of movies use them too much as a crutch. I guess what I'm trying to say is, what good is a horror movie if there's no real fear to enjoy? Because fear and surprise aren't the same thing. I'm going to talk to the director next time I'm on set. I don't want to be doing the same boring things as other movies. Guess I know what genre we'll see her in next. Gotta respect how much passion she has for her job, even if it's something of a liability at times. Sensibilities of the young are interesting to consider. I get a kick out of it, you might say. Hadn't realized they made movies where the characters encounter ghosts and then try to escape them. You learn something new every day. Hindsight, maybe it wasn't the best idea to take a man of the church to see a movie like that, huh? Oh, something like this does not offend me in the least. You have nothing to worry about. For better or worse, it's human nature for people to treat things they cannot see with fear and awe. I'm just impressed these movie makers have found a way to harness that reaction and turn it into something entertaining. Yeah, I'll pick up a brochure for it. Good grief. Is that guy still there, like, pleading with this girl? He was here in the not the last chapter, but, well, no, at the beginning of the last chapter we came here. Alright, what's Toki got to say? This has been a rather eventful year to be certain, especially with last week's tragedy. Yet somehow the festival will carry on, it seems. Now then, what should I watch today? This year's seen its fair share of worthwhile films, so picking one won't be easy. Wait, could I have watched 2 movies this entire time? Oh, okay, no, I guess not. It just dawned on me, I was like, could I have gone and seen another movie, but... Nope, they won't let me. Oh, he's back to clapping.
How about some popcorn, huh?
Porco's back to his old self. It's good to see the city full of life again, and not a minute too soon with the Revolution Festival coming up. I've got to hunker down and get ready. Revolution Festival this year is going to be so big, I hear celebrities and movie industry bigwigs are going to be in this area. When they come through here, you bet I'm going to try to sell them not just my popcorn, but how much I love the movies they all make.
Hey there. See ya.
Good for you, Porco. Oh, Sloth. They say that Mafia is behind all sorts of incidents everywhere, not just what happened in Cray Village and Aracion. Apparently they had a number of businesses working under their umbrella right here in Edith too, and they weren't necessarily on the level either. Yeah, and once they got exposed, you started to see empty buildings suspiciously crop up left and right. I'd hate to be those real estate agents. But what I'm more interested in is a certain sweets maker over in Aracion. If it was just a case of the president having ties to those nationalists, it wouldn't be that shocking. The guy sure loves to act like a noble. Yeah, but working with Almata like that, they're not the only big company caught up with them, so was Edwis. And it sure must not be easy being Elaine Auclair right now. You can say that again. The whole thing just leaves a real bad taste in my mouth. Man, all this heavy stuff's getting me down. Wendell, you should go out and find something chill for us to talk about. I need me a change of pace. How's your beck and call, Sloth? Dude, Sloth is hilarious.
Well, if it isn't...
Bermati, what is up, my dude? Working hard as usual, I see. The incident with A is still making waves. All of my sources are still abuzz talking about it. Got any juicy info you wouldn't mind sharing? Of course I do. There's still some of A's gangsters out and about. It's quite concerning knowing we have some stragglers laying low in the capital. Not Melchior, not worth the time. We should still keep an eye out just in case we come across any information regarding their whereabouts. As long as it doesn't get in the way of everything else we're doing, it sounds good to me.
I'll take your order.
Did we buy that? Yeah, we have one, okay.
Come back and play soon.
Any updates on the comic book? You're not gonna believe this. Remember that Reader's Choice poll I brought up the other day? You won first place. That's not all. The editorial department's been flooded with fan mail. Congratulations. Oh, really? Huh. Just goes to show all my work finally paid off. Thank you so much for your support all this time, Cronin. A lady running by distracted me. I didn't do anything. This was all you, Miss Kokona. Speaking of which, I look forward to seeing what you cook up for your year-end special. Did I not mention that part? The grand prize winner gets to have a one-shot special published. Surprise! No one's gonna believe our comeback. We'll turn the tables on Shino and be the best ones in Riverside. We won't win if we don't come up with a tasty new menu. It's time to debut a brand new menu. Shino will rule the day she decides to set up shop anywhere near us. That's the spunk, Primo. I wasn't planning on adding anything to the menu this year, but having a limited special for the festival is a great idea. It's a whole lot of demand for our regular menu items as is, so stacking on new prep time on top of that's going to be a real hassle. But I ain't worried. Not with Primo around. We should be able to handle it between the two of us.
Take as long as you need.
Take as long as you need.
I'll be waiting for you.
So Shino's over here, maybe, question mark? No, she's not. Sarah and Shahina. See Sylphide's with you too. Nice to see you. It's been a while. What brings you guys here? We bumped into each other in town, so I'm showing them around now. I have a guest role in Director Gotti's new film, so we were invited to come here. You'll be in Director Gotti's next film? Congratulations! Be careful with that perv. Don't let him goad you into doing some skeevy scene or event. Two of the actresses are already keeping an eye, making sure they don't get in any trouble. Tremendously grateful to Judith and Nina. Actually, we were on our way to your office to say hi, Van. You got ahead of us there. If you have the time, feel free to stop by for a visit anytime. It's usually free during the day. Or I'm usually free during the day. We stayed until the Revolution Festival, so I'm sure we'll have a chance to visit. We'll break out our reserve of special snacks for you. You mean my reserve? The ones I saved for myself? Oh, you were saving those? Whoops. I ate all of them already. You son of a... Oh, Van. Speaking of, I heard these two recently got into an agency. That's good. Probably saves them some hassle. They approved my request to take the afternoon of the Revolution... Oh, okay, I got it. Dude, I don't know if I'm, like, losing the ability to read, or if the way that they've structured these sentences in this game are just real clunky. But they approved my request to take the afternoon of the Revolution Festival off work. I don't know, man. That's kind of a clunky sentence. I actually get to take my girlfriend on a date for once. Oh, that'll be nice. You sure now's the time to talk about it? We'll only do half a day during the Revolution Festival, sure, but today's just a normal duty day. Shouldn't you get going back to the station? Last I heard you talking about... Maybe I'm just losing my ability to read. Don't tell me you've been neglecting her since then. You could be nicer, you know? Why is Nate the way he is? Tyrell's girls are too eccentric for me, and the women in the police department just have no cool. Dating someone outside of the office was the best idea I've ever had. Any office romance probably would have gone real bad. I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Nate. He's just kind of like a dork. And like not in a cute, charming way or like a fun way. I got this other company's info session coming up, but I still have no clue where I should even apply for. Here's hoping I don't end up getting lost before the actual interview. That's the kind of thing I get nightmares about. Oh, how about I only apply to places that are easy to get to? Yeah, Clutch. That's smart thinking there. You really did come. Not that I didn't trust Dingo at all. The name's Van Arkride. I take it you're Meld's editor-in-chief? Yep, that's me. Me and Dingo go back about 7 years. He told me a lot about you. Sounds like you were real busy over in Arassian, too. No clue what you're on about. Thought there would be no reports about us being involved with it. There won't. The authorities are keeping it a secret. Dude's probably just saying that to get under our skin. Well, whatever. It's not getting an article, so I'm not interested. I called you here for one of those 4 SPGs of yours. Nothing more, nothing less. The gist of it is that I want you to help me look for Dingo's notebook. Oh? What's this about? You suspect he had a notebook containing information he'd gathered as a reporter, or more like as an information dealer? Both, actually. I first heard about it a few weeks ago, just before he headed off to Cray. I could tell he was chasing a dangerous scoop of some kind, so I jokingly asked if he had a will ready yet. That's ominous. And look at us now. Didn't really occur to me, not even for a second, that this would happen to him just 4 days later. He laughed at it at the time and said one thing to me. The closest thing I have to a will is my notebook. I've left it with a trusted source, so if anything happens to me, send out a 4 SPG about it. Wait a second. So this is a third memento of his on top of the video and camera? We don't have that notebook ourselves, though. Sorry if that's what you were hoping for. No, I never thought you did, but I suspect you're the only one who can track it down. Dingo seemed to trust you more than anyone, so I suspect that's the way he wanted it to play out, too. The authorities have got everything that happened in Cray down on lock, and Almata are dead and gone. So I can't imagine it'd have anything worth writing an article about in it to begin with, which means it's not worth my while hunting down. But I can't just go and ignore his words about it. So here we are. I'll put up the money for you to find this thing, my last gift to him. So what's it gonna be, Spriggan? You gonna go find Dingo's notebook or not? We are absolutely gonna go find this notebook. We'll take the job. You got anything else you want to share? Maybe he said something more about this trusted source of his, for example? Yeah, I remember telling him that was nowhere near enough info to find the thing myself. Only hint he gave me was that it's with people who know about as much about my past as you do. Way to pique my interest. I wonder what Dingo's past was like. I've only heard bits of it myself. How much do you know? Even less than you do, I suspect. Would Bermati have it? I know I used to live in Messeldom before ending up in the capital 7 years ago. That's about it. Wait, didn't Dantes act like he knew him?
It's been some time since we last met, Dingo Brad. Though we did cross paths in Tharbad, albeit briefly. If we exclude that little encounter, I haven't seen you since your days as a mere informant in Messeldom.
Yeah, and you were still Enrique's second in command back then.
Maybe Jack and Hall? Saying the two of them knew each other at length beforehand would be a fair assumption. Alright, we'll see what we can dig up with that info then. Good luck. Anyway, my break's over. I've got to get back to work on finding scoops for the festival. I'll give you my number. Just give me a call if you do find it. I'll wire you the money if you do. It can be my way of honoring Dingo's death. Got it. We'll take it from here. So what's the plan here? We don't exactly have a load of info to go off of. The only clue we have is that it's someone that knows as much about Dingo as that guy does. Rules out Jack and Bermati. And Van, obviously. Okay, I guess it doesn't count. Okay. Renne too. Okay. Ending up in the capital and becoming a reporter right after. What burdens he carried by himself. Think of at least one person who'd fit the bill for this job that won't be a pain in the rear to meet up with. It's not an information dealer, mind you, but she was close to Dingo. Marielle? Oh, duh, yeah, that makes sense. We're going to meet her then? Yeah, let's head on over to the Tyrell Times. Don't think a meeting with her will be all that hard to get as long as she's not out of the office. Watch her be out of the office. Gotta be pretty sly if you're gonna be running the biggest gossip rag in the country. Well, it's the least we could do for him since he brought this to our attention. Yeah, but he's the one that's supposed to be paying us, Anyas. Come on now. Oh, it's you guys. Great job, everyone. You all really saved the day back in Arassian. Thanks, you were a big help too. Without you, I doubt we would have been able to get all those kids on the airship. Notice you've been keeping busy lately. Yeah, you could say that. I had a lot of investigating to do once those revelations about Arassian came to light. And it was all worth it in the end. I feel like I'm finally making a difference. Good for you. Now Dingo's got one less thing to worry about up there. I sure hope so. If I'm that much closer to becoming the sort of reporter he was, I'll take it.
Right.
Excuse me. Sounds like, excuse me, we're here to talk to you, Mario. Came here to talk to you. What sort of request is it? Please tell me. You talked to Mel's editor-in-chief, his name's Mr. Cunning? Okay. Dingo told me about him before, but I've never had the chance to meet him in person. He said he wants you to find Dingo's notebook? That's right. Do you remember Dingo ever talking to you about that thing, by any chance? Doesn't have to be anything direct or explicit. Anything you happen to remember him saying will help. Actually, we didn't just talk about it before. I've seen that notebook with my own eyes. Say, what? How did that happen? As I'm sure you all noticed, when he was alive, I tended to barge in on him while he was trying to work and stuff. One day while we were having lunch, I was asking for advice on how to interview people, and he was writing stuff in this black leather notebook. I asked him what it was since I was so curious. He told me it's where he jots his info down, both for his reporting work and info broker stuff. It certainly sounds like the right notebook. At least now we can confirm that it's real. I got a little whiny and tried to get him to show me his notes, but of course he refused. When I got huffy about it, he kind of laughed and patted me on the head. I still remember exactly what he said. Who knows, maybe I'll get a peek at them one of these days. Although if I play my cards right, you should never have to. He must have already been preparing for what might happen to him in that case. If that's the way he was talking, then we can probably rule out him taking the notebook with him to Cray. The CID also apparently swept through his place and couldn't find any real material of note that he left there either. He had to have either given it to someone else to hang on to or stashed it somewhere for safekeeping. Which brings me now to my next question. Can you think of anyone who would have left that notebook with? Or anyone who might know where it would be? Again, it's okay if you don't know anything definitive. Any leads you might have would be great. And just to be clear, I don't mean other brokers like Bermati. I'm talking about other sorts of acquaintances he had. Right, of course. Let me think. Based on what Mr. Cunning told you... Wait, could he have... You think of something? Maybe. I could be completely wrong, but I can't rule it out either. Basically, when Dingo was alive, he would sometimes cover, the adult industry for Meld magazine. He did? That's interesting. Guess that comes with being a tabloid reporter. What's the adult industry? Oh my gosh. I've got a bad feeling about it. We might have to censor this side quest. It's code for grown-up stuff. Certainly more grown-up than his wannabe protege here, that's for sure. Anyway, one time I confronted him about it. Do you have to cover such stuff in your articles? If readers demand it, it's our job as reporters to give them what they want. Plain and simple. Plus, it's a way to get information that can help shut down some of the nastier legal places run by the Mafia. Sorry, all I'm thinking about right now is Pork Bob, breaking in, as he looks like Salvatore Gotti, and he's just like, F and V, baby! F and V! I guess that makes sense. Say, out of curiosity, do you ever visit those sorts of places yourself? Huh? Only when I need to for work. Lately, I've been too busy to go to any places like that myself, so I've had to lean on one of my old contacts a lot to get what I need. Not exactly ideal when my job is supposed to be to report on things I see myself, but it is what it is. Fair enough, I guess. You sure won't hear me complaining about you. Complaining about what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway, who's this contact you mentioned? Her? She's a woman who operates underground. Runs a handful of outlets. Pretty talented, all things considered. She? Your contact is a woman? Yeah, why does that matter? You've got to introduce me to her. It'll help me write better news articles. Yeah. She's jealous. She's trying to size up the competition. Fortunately, Dingo said it was too soon for me to be going to a place like that, and that was that. Looking back on it, there's only one part of town he could have meant when he said she worked underground, huh? The Blacklight District. It's probably that place like past where they had that like tea party with Renne and Walter and Zen. I think that one goes without saying. I think I just might know the woman he's talking about. Never would have guessed those two had any history, but just goes to show it's a small world we live in. Certainly remember there being a business that fit the bill when we were down there. Does that mean we're going to the Blacklight District? Yeah, who knows if we'll turn anything up down there. But it's worth a shot.
Hey, you guys? I want to go with you. Could I, please?
I don't know, Mario. It gets kind of dangerous in the Blacklight District. Oh, I already know how dangerous it can be, believe me. We're talking about Dingo's notes here. What's inside them matters to me too, you know.
Who knows? Maybe you'll get a peek at them one of these days. Although if I play my cards right, you should never have to.
She does have a point. What do you think, Van? Alright. You can come with us. You did give us some valuable info, so it's only fair. You gotta promise two things. One, you'll stay behind us down there, no running ahead. And two, you'll carry your own weight and help us out too. Deal? Deal, thanks, Van. I promise you won't regret this. Oh, we might. Well, here's Jack and Hall. Water. I need water. I told you to take it easy on the hard stuff while we're here. We're not on our home turf. Can't expect them to make stuff the same here. Oh, hey, didn't realize you two were in Edith. Looks like you're having a real fun time. Hey there, good to see you. Been working like dogs on the broker stuff. We could use a break, and now here we are, just having the time of our lives. So what dragged you two all the way here? You on their tail, I take it? Yep. We're trying to figure out how the underworld's changing now that they're gone. And you can really only do that on the ground. It's pretty calm so far, surprisingly. More than I expected. Maybe it's because the CID was so on top of the stragglers. I almost said stagglers. Probably. Now that those smug people aren't running around, the underground's settling back down. Those drugs, though, those will be sticking around for a while. It's a lot tougher to get those off the streets. That does make sense. That's unfortunate. Actually, this chat just reminded me of something. I've heard whispers about some two-bit gangster who's on the run from the feds now, after he did some work for those guys. Word is he's camping out somewhere in the Tyrell district. I don't have anything else to go on, but I figured you might want to know. Okay.
Ooh, you look dangerous.
It says your name, Danger Powers.
No. Danger's my middle name.
Is that too old of a reference to make? You know, I thought I knew you well, but I had no idea you and Dingo went so far back. Level with me here. You were the one helping him investigate Almata's illegal adult business, weren't you? Yeah, that's right. We must have worked together for, a decade, I want to say. We both had to keep it on the down low in order to operate freely, though. He and I had known each other since we were both up in Messeldom. That long, huh? Guess that makes sense. If you don't mind me asking, how did the two of you, meet? Oh, it wasn't anything special. He was a newly minted intel broker, and I was your common whore. Okay, making ends meet out on the streets. Alright! A nice little thing going. He'd buy information I coaxed from my clients, and I'd do him some favors, and I'm just tongue-tied now after the fact that I just, said that bit. This is all news to me. Can we assume that Dingo hadn't started doing any reporting work back then? We'll say for an errand boy working underground, he had a certain naivete to him back then. Maybe because he was still so young. Had an acquaintance who worked at a local paper. I remember he was pretty intrigued about that side of things. I also mentioned it was 8 years ago when I made the move to Edith and set up shop down there. But before I left, he gave me some top secret information as a parting gift. His intel and his connections have been a huge help to me. Leave it to the lady killer to schmooze his way into the underground. He really helped a lot of people while he was alive, didn't he? Later on, after everything went down in Messeldom, that's when he ended up drifting into town. Personally, I was happy to see him make a clean break and get into a better line of work with better people. You never know what life has in store for you. Maybe the goddess took a liking to him and threw him a bone. Maybe so, yeah. Sorry to interject, but what happened to him in Messeldom? I didn't know anything about that. Wish I could tell you, honey, but it's not really my place to say. That all happened after I left, so I only heard things through the grapevine. But I won't leave you empty-handed. If you're looking for his notebook, I've got some information I'd be happy to share. Really? You do that? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Just to clarify, we're looking for this black leather notebook he used to carry around. You've seen it before, I take it. Sure have. He'd been looking for a place to stash it away. I offered to hold on to it myself, but he turned me down. Can't blame him for being so cautious when he was going up against Almata. But I did hear him mutter about asking someone for help on his way out of town for a piece. It was 3 days before everything went down in Cray for reference. Holy cow, what timing? On his way out of town, huh? That's rather specific. Actually, now that she mentions it, how did Dingo get to Cray? Do you have any ideas, Van? He had this tiny car, but he never drove it all that much. He was always paranoid of people following him. Usually he took a train or a bus when he had to go out to the sticks. Probably flew a bit from time to time, too. But I don't know what he did here. Same, we're talking about a guy who knew all their tricks by that point. He might as well have just been moving randomly. Sure as heck wouldn't take something as obvious as public transit, not when Almata had eyes everywhere. Exactly. I think we can rule out his own car, too. It would have carried its own risks. Thinking realistically, he probably would have. I have no clue. Probably hitchhiked on a truck, I would assume. I don't think he would have ridden an orbital bike. Ridiculous as it sounds, he probably could have gotten all the way out to the countryside on the back of a truck. Very well could have snuffed out the driver in the crossfire. So maybe he did ride an orbital bike. Okay, so rented a car. Oh my gosh. But taxi is kind of like, I guess it's not really public transport. There goes that extra SP for this chapter. Yeah, I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Presumably one with a self-employed driver instead of a company, no? Mostly took one that had this black and yellow checkered wait, is this, what's his name, Giordano? Oh boy. Food stalls. Well, look who it is. I haven't seen you all since you were in Tharbad. You weren't expecting to run into you here either, Director. How come you're with Lieutenant Kayla? Government asked yours truly to help with the ceremony's production. Makes sense. You did do a good job with the film festival planning, catastrophes notwithstanding. Don't act like you didn't help at all there. I could do without a do-over from the last festival. Please don't jinx it. I wouldn't worry so much. You're more than aware of the fact that we're finally rid of A. The odds of anything major happening are low at best. It's not improbable that there are remnants still out there, so security is still just as tight. As a precaution. You here to discuss unit placement then? That's right. The meeting's with us more than anything. Oh yeah. Gascard and SE2? Helping set up all the equipment for the ceremony. Y'all are showing off some new stuff, right? Must be pretty busy then. Drowning in work, more like it. This isn't even my specialty, but here I am, slaving away, though your sympathy does soothe the pain, Van. You don't mind if I call you Van, right? Of course not. You can call me Essie just like Catcher does if you want. That I'm gonna pass on. She gets real casual real quick. That's just how Essie is. She's really friendly to everyone. Are we sure about that? Van is a looker. He'll be at the ceremony, but not much else. He's got his hands more than full with another project right now. Professor Hamilton will be here too. The four of us might finally be able to get together. It's been such a long time. Well, as we know, when a bunch of people are gathering together, usually something happens. I'm getting the feeling that that Van's probably going to go berserk. Like, there's something that Dantes did with Mare, and Van's gonna go berserk later on, is probably what I'm guessing. Oh my gosh, Gotti. Nice little party you guys got here. Don't mind if I do. Well, if it isn't Aaron and the Arkride crew, good to see you've kept well. Huh. Never thought I'd see a Bracer, a Hayue Elder, a Marduk security chief, and the CID head all banded together like this. Can't deny it makes me a bit on edge, though. Types from both sides of the law tend not to mix well. I assure you, it's much less charged than you make it out to be. We're just exchanging information and confirming agreements. Please pay us no mind. You're busier than ever, Mr. Al-Fayed. Oh, I haven't seen you since Oracian. We were actually just talking about how to go about cleaning up that mess. Taking care of the Almata remnants, you mean? Yeah, we've smoked out pretty much all the hideouts they had left. We're taking our own measures, of course, mostly concerning Almata's trade and supply routes. The more problematic trade routes have been taken care of. Hayue will see to the rest. But that's just what you were hoping for. We did also uncover some artifacts they had been using. The church is handling those. That's one problem solved. It's nice to have that resolved in time for the festival. In truth, that's why I'm here. The festival has the full support of the Kowloon group this year. That, of course, does lead to some overlap between us and Marduk. I'm here to make sure we don't step on each other's toes, so to speak. Can't tell you much, I'm afraid. Only the general approach HQ is taking. I'll have to wait 3 days for more in-depth negotiations. Mr. Thorndyke will be holding a meeting to go over our itinerary. Well, then you're right. Now probably isn't the best time. Can't go jumping the gun. They're discussing all sorts of things from the looks of it. Yeah, nothing to do with us, though. On the contrary, I do have some information you might find useful. We're still tracking down some Almata holdouts that have taken to the underground, along with some of the hate groups they use for their ends. Leftovers, huh? And Melchior's still on the run, too. Can't count them out just yet. He pulls those thugs back up and we'll have Almata 2 on our hands. Electric Boogaloo. Indeed, he's quite the wild card. We haven't seen any movements from him as of late. But then that means he hasn't been contacting said remnants either. The guild's working on exposing Almata's business ties. We want to pull it all out by the roots. Elaine and some S-ranks from HQ are in charge of that. How's she doing out of curiosity? Sorry, can't say for sure. She should be back tomorrow, though. I'm sure she'd appreciate a nice warm welcome when she gets home. Butt out, bucko. His taxi. Let's sniff him out. There he is. Whew, love this place. Can't have a real Eastern soba without the wasabi. How about it, brothers? Care to take a seat and throw one back with your boy? Sorry, gonna have to take a rain check on that. Got some stuff to do today. Like talking about Dingo's notebook. Oh, well, if it isn't a big boy with a cute girl hugging his arm. Never thought you'd ask me about that name and notebook. Wonders never cease, huh? Looks like we found our guy. So word is you were scratching Dingo's back every now and then? Yep. I may not look it, but I used to run all over the Republic taking odd jobs on the down low. I was on the smuggling run once, and bam, I bumped right into him. That's how we met. Oh, that must have been, 10 years ago? Dingo would have been around 20, I think. Alright. So do you know how he got tangled up with Almata back then, too? Oh, my boy, do I ever. That was what led him to ask me for help out of the city that day. Snuck him out just like that. Hopped on a bus for Cray, and that was the last I saw of him. In retrospect, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have let his dumb face do that. Wasn't your fault, Giordano. Don't beat yourself up over it. You weren't the one who killed him. It was Almata. Not even. Dantes owned that. The Shathiel. You're right, yeah. I heard he got what was coming to him at the old capital. Bet Dingo's laughing up there. Happy karma came around for that guy. Hope it makes him feel better. He really regretted being the guy's broker in his past. Dantes really wasn't the same guy once he took over. So that's his background, huh? Not trying to justify him, but Dantes used to have a good rep on the streets. He had a code and he stuck to it, and that let people trust him. No wonder he ended up so popular. How much everybody hated the head honcho before him, he got Dingo hook, line, and sinker. Dingo was his informant, fed him the info he needed to bring the old guy down, and now in its stead, we have this monster he built. A monster, you say? I suppose that fits him. I'm not too privy to what happened beyond that, so I don't want to speculate. So you're looking for Dingo's old notebook, and you think I've got it. Bingo. Please, may I please have it? Well, I'd love to give it to you, but I'm afraid I can't. Why not? Is there something he wanted done first? What? Pretty boy say it was for your eyes only? Well, he told me to keep an eye out for this Spriggan guy and a newbie reporter. If anything happened to him, he wanted me to give this here key to whichever of you two I bump into first. Coin locker key. Station coin locker. Spot on. He said he stashed it in the easiest locker he could find. I'm not sure what he meant by that, though. I have no idea which station it's at. Easiest locker he could find, where would that be? Well, that about gives it away. Could it be the one by Van's office? Probably. Let's head on back and take a look. Haha, you just call me anytime you're plastered and I'll be your DD. Let's go check what's inside. This is something, alright. I didn't get to talk to Dingo much. I know for a fact that he was an outstanding man. Not just anyone could pursue Almata to the degree he did without backup. It's probably his way of making amends for the role he played in Dantes' rise to power. These notes mention how the previous boss's family was murdered too. Even they didn't get spared. That's horrible. Such a heavy burden for him to carry. That wasn't his fault. He couldn't have known that's what would happen. Can't imagine he felt like he could be in the public eye any more than after that. Good for nothing rookie. It appears he compiled quite a few notes about the ringleaders we took down in Narasian as well. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, they're all in here. I guess we just go one by one. Originally from... Oh, excuse me. Originally from a minor noble family in the Kadas region in the Central East, her family fell into bankruptcy after Kadas's annexation by Valis. The wealthy merchants so they could make ends meet. Fell into the hands of a criminal organization that was targeting the merchant. Nothing more than a plaything and an object of pleasure, she eventually managed to oust the boss and wrestle control into her own hands. The group tried to expand their influence into Calvard. They caught the attention of Almata. They were quickly obliterated by Dantes, to whom Viola swore loyalty afterward. Terribly dependent on Dantes, which might be the reason she harbors a fierce rivalry with her fellow Melchior. It was produced by Zect Arms. The full piece is not a part of their official lineup. Huh. Born in the former Principality of North Ambria, northwestern Zemuria, he was 5 years old when the Salt Pale appeared, sowing chaos in his homeland. Protectors of the ruling family fled alongside Prince Balmond. He fled the country, spent most of his childhood and adolescent years in the free city of Tassalum. This is a lot of reading. Standing in opposition with one another, Alexander and his father dueled to the death, Alexander emerging victorious before withdrawing from the battlefield. Okay, so what about Olympia? She's the one that we spared. Little is known about her, although she allegedly hails from a remote village hidden in eastern Zemuria. Rumors say the entire village was comprised of heretical puppeteers who worshipped a doll made in the image of an angel. Thought to be an artifact of some sort, the doll was looked after by a medium. The village's gruesome customs mandated that those close to the medium were to be offered as sacrifices. These sacrifices spared no one, not friends nor family, though soon tragedy befell the village, leaving Olympia and the doll alone to wander the continent after the demise of all they knew. Encroaching on the wandering pair. Okay. We kind of know a lot of this already. Contrast to the known, confirmed leaders of Almata and garden overseers, eyewitness reports of him are few. Yeah, we know a lot of this too. It's funny how this group of characters, like this group of villains with Almata, they almost are like Metal Gear Solid villains to a degree. Just kind of funny because of how much we've referenced Metal Gear Solid during this playthrough. Alright, so what about Melchior? Okay. Yeah, we knew about that. Makes you wonder if Dantes might come back. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Okay, and Dantes opened up. Huh. If I let my feelings take away, Dantes could fill every single page in this notebook. About true dread and terror to the masses. He wasn't able to achieve it. I wonder if he's going to try...
I've worked out how I'm going to get everything recorded, as well as how to leave these notes behind.
I wonder if he did something to Van or maybe Mare that's going to cause like widespread fear at the festival.
Now comes the real showdown with him. It's going to be the biggest gamble I make as both a reporter and an information dealer. If, by some sheer miracle, I make it back in one piece, I'll absolutely be following up on those theories I've written about. I can already imagine the hell I'm in for with that dope of a Spriggan and that cub reporter. I really do worry about her. But you know what? At the end of the day, that's just part of the fun.
Okay, that's everything.
Dingo. Dingo.
You dumbass. Who's the real dope between us, huh?
This dude was totally nuts. How the hell did he find it in him to go that far? I can only imagine his love and care for others spurring him on to gather this much information. He's both a clever and kind man. He wasn't just trying to make amends or settle a score. I don't doubt he genuinely worried for everyone's future. It goes without saying, but it's a true shame. He's taken from us far too young. So glad you two were able to find his notes. Likewise, it must have been the will of the goddess. Mission
accomplished! Great job, you guys!
Reward deposited.
Alright, Ren, what are you up to? Or SPG addressed to them both. Huh, so we're gonna go on a 4 SPG with Ren. Okay, that's kinda cool. Something's been smuggled into the city via the underground and we're supposed to go get it. Route there is pretty convoluted and it looks like crap's been encrypted over and over a few times. This might be a little bit out of my depth. Both are perfectly suited for this matter, so let's cooperate and get to the bottom of this. Do we get to use Ren in battle? Because that would be pretty cool. Trail led them to an attaché case. In the Blacklight District, no less. This must be what we're looking for. Some tricky stuff to figure out. They definitely didn't cut us any slack. Had we not teamed up, this whole search would probably be dead in the water. Let's crack it open and see what's inside. Or if it's like some sort of Phantom Thief B thing. Writing utensils and painting supplies? The hell's this stuff for? Nothing weird about any of them, just normal pencils. I don't get it. These letters here. They're addressed to the both of us. Grandpa Jorg, beyond a doubt. I realize I'm more than 6 months late. Before I say anything else, I want to congratulate you on your acceptance into Aramis. Time really does fly fast, doesn't it? Feels like it was only yesterday that you enrolled at Genis. You've always had that impeccable talent and appetite for learning, from your studies to your papers and everywhere between. May have felt at first that there was no point returning to ordinary schooling, that it was a waste of time for a mind of your caliber. There are some things you can only learn and experience in those common places. I suspect you've come to realize that yourself. When you have a place in this world to call your own, it's good to spread your wings and spend time away from your friends and family. Though I only looked after you for a short period, I pray that you find happiness wherever your travels take you. Thank you for taking care of those kids and tidying up the workshop during your visit 1.5 years ago. I greatly appreciate it. Didn't know what to get you to celebrate your admission, so I simply picked up some safe bets for a student your age. If you have no use for them, feel free to throw them out. I'll hardly be hurt. So he got them school supplies. Oh, now I remember who that is from the factory. Yes. Goes without saying that you and I have done much for each other over the years. I won't dwell on that ancient history. But if I can offer one piece of advice to you, do not avert your eyes from the spirit you have within. Beyond that, please continue to guide and protect my granddaughter. Trust that you're looking out for her while she's in your periphery. Did he really have to write that last part? I'm not used to seeing him be so protective. Hard to blame the guy. He ain't seen you in years. Cut him a little slack. At least it's not just you he's being nosy with anyway. What did he mean by your spirit within, though? That's an intriguing line. Beats me. No idea what he was talking about. That's par for the course with him. Heck of a grandpa you've got there, you know that? People say his dolls are beyond lifelike. Even have their own hearts and souls. Maybe that power lets them take a look inside other people's hearts all the same. He could be onto something. It wouldn't hurt to keep what he wrote to you in mind, whatever it turns out to mean. Maybe, yeah. So where is that old fart anyway? Any idea where he is or what he's up to these days? I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. May very well have slipped back to his workshop in Crossbell by now. Perhaps he's abandoned it and set up shop somewhere else entirely. It's hard to tell with him. Master was like that too. Maybe being all cryptic and stuff's just part of getting old. Maybe so. I'm happy to have heard from him at least. Thanks for bringing me along, Van. I'll have to return the favor one of these days. Hey, take it down a notch. You play with fire, you might get burned. Oh, you think I'm still just some little girl, do you? I'll be all grown up before you know it. In many ways, I already am. It's enough for me to reach out and lend you a hand when you need it most. Just like you did for me all those years ago. Sheesh, the old man's right. This girl is growing up fast. Too fast, if you ask me. Sure, I'll ring you up if I really need a hand. Bah! Yeesh, sounds pretty serious. Must be tough getting old. Carefully don't throw out your back, Victor. Think about all the piggyback rides you'll be depriving your granddaughter of. Not happening. Grandpa, are you okay? I think you'd better take the day off, man. You nuts? Can't take time off over a few aches and pains. Not only do I have our regulars and reservations to handle, but today and tomorrow are inventory stocking days. Those are crucial. I also need to start making test batches for the Revolution Festival menu. Grandpa, you can rest. It's okay. Mommy and I can handle it. Aw, thank you, Yume. Hearing those words makes your grandpa feel strong. Oh. I think that settles it. Need help in the kitchen today, period. Tell you what, if you think I'm up to the task, I'll take over the kitchen for a while. Can't do it all day, but it's the least I can do. You've been cooking a lot for me throughout the years. I don't recall you owing me for any of it, you punk. Very well. I'm not going to ban in the kitchen. I don't like it, but you can help out during rush hour. I'm going to supervise your cooking, and don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're doing me a favor either, understand? Fair enough. Your joint, your rules. Just tell me what to do, boss. Yay, thanks, Van. I'll help with the customers. That Van took his post in the Montmart kitchen and got to cooking. You're cutting the cabbage wrong. Slice it more finely. Like this? No, even more. Like this? Now that's too fine. Oh my gosh. No, don't stir so fast. I thought you said you didn't want it to burn. Which is it? Both. Keep stirring so it doesn't burn, but don't do it too fast. Once that's ready, go grab a bag of flour and a can of milk from the pantry. Hang in there, Van. You can do it. It's clear as day whose dish looks more appetizing. Sheesh, when did this become a competition, huh? You're the pro, of course yours is better. I think my stuff holds its own just fine. Presentation's not too shabby, at least. Think so, huh? Look at cocky, punk. Still got a lot to learn. We'll see about that. Let's taste them and find out. Good to see your back hasn't put a damper on your spirit, Victor. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost think you two were having some nice father and son bonding time. I'll have to take your word for it. Don't really know how that's supposed to look. Good thing he isn't my actual son, or I would have disowned him after all the trouble he's caused around here. Dude, Victor's such a jerk. Hey, Dios, your old man really likes cracking the whip. My arms are so sore, I ain't gonna be lifting anything heavier than my Zypha today. You'll survive, Van. You're too young to be that worn out. Still, thanks for helping my dad today. It means a lot. It's not much, but here's a little something on the house. Dang, you didn't have to, but thanks, Paulette. My dad's really fired up after all that. He put extra effort into it just for you. You didn't have to tell him that. Oh, really now? Well, I appreciate it. This'll hit the spot after an afternoon of back-breaking work in the kitchen. Even I have to admit when a good-for-nothing son has earned his keep. Speak from experience when I say this. Family can take on many forms. Maybe it only has one parent, or maybe no one in it is even related by blood. Point is, there's no right way to be a family. You have to define what your family is and which bonds you cherish. That's surprisingly wholesome. I don't think I'm the only potential son in the picture. Again, we'll freeze over before I count that two-timing scumbag as one of my own. I never named any names. I can only imagine who you two might be talking about. Grandpa's right. You and me are family. I'll always be with you, Van. I promise. Falcom, do not have Yume die at the end of this game. I will be very upset. I don't care what you think. If you disappoint my sweet innocent granddaughter, you're going to be in for a world of pain, you brat. What he really means to say is take care of yourself, Van. He worries you might be overdoing it at your job sometimes. Paulette, you could have kept that part to yourself. I hear you. I'll be careful out there. Going out to the woods? There's something up with Nina. One I don't want you to know, but No, this isn't right. I'm missing something. Hey there, thought about taking a break? Mr. Arkride, what are you doing here? Your director sent me. There's an actress I've been working with whose work I'd like your opinion on, if that's okay. Ever since I offered her the part, she's been immersed in the role almost to a scary degree. I was originally going to ask Judith for help here, but it might be a bad idea if I did it, since I'm not involved with the film's production at all. I know you're pretty tight-lipped, so I said why not? So you gonna help? I guess they were both really worried about me. We recently filmed one of the most important scenes in my next film, you see. The director said my final cut was fine, so we were ready to move on. I'm still not happy with it. I still feel like I can do better, so I asked him to let me shoot again after I rehearsed it some more. And that's why you're here all alone. Sound like a long monologue. Surprised it's given you so much trouble. I think it's because I've been rehearsing it alone. I meant to look at someone during the actual scene, and it's hard when I don't have anyone. Oh, I know. Would you be willing to act as my partner while I practice? Me? Didn't see that one coming. But I know that even if I said no, you ain't leaving till it's perfect. Are you sure you want to ask me? Ain't exactly an experienced actor. It's alright. Just you being here will make a world of difference. Alright. I got the time to spare, so give it your best shot. Just don't go expecting nothing. A sack of flour couldn't do better. Thank you. Vanna is our partner. Nina continued practicing. Yeah, she still wasn't able to come up with the take she was happy with. How about that break? This is your job and all, but you're gonna burn yourself out if you keep at it nonstop. So sorry. It feels like I've just been wasting your time here. I should have known I couldn't handle this like Judith does. What's she got to do with this? You guys are very different kinds of actresses, yeah? People always talk about how I embody the characters I act so naturally. It's like I'm possessed by them. I might be able to put a positive spin on it, but what those words mean at the end of the day is that my acting has no real soul of its own. That's a bit harsh. What's the truth? Judith's acting is just so full of heart and soul. Every one of her roles has an identity that's uniquely hers. Not to say that she's not doing a good job portraying the role, of course. I don't mean that. She maintains the role's integrity, but she always puts part of her into it. She takes to every role in a way that's uniquely hers. That's her greatest appeal as an actress, if you ask me. I see it, yeah. I just can't do it. I don't have her strength of spirit, and I never will, because I'm empty. All I can do is act the role I'm given. That's all I can ever do. She's extremely transparent while acting, so much so that you might see right through her in her hollow acting. I remember reading that on a magazine after your debut film aired. You have a good memory. You know that just because someone said that doesn't mean it's true, right? That's how people see you, and that's a talent you should take in stride. You can call my acting skills whatever you want, but the truth is I'll never measure up to Judith. And that might be your problem right there. If you really think there's nothing in there, then that's all the more space to start filling in. There's still plenty of time for you to create the identity you think you're lacking. You got a lot of material to take inspiration from. What do you mean? You're well known for not just taking a script and listening to it to a T. You always take it a step further. Wrap yourself in the role and let it become who you are. You think and act like the characters would. It's not something you just up and forget. Or do their lives and experiences just vanish from your head after you stop playing the role? No, they don't. I remember everything. Remember the warmth of being in Ron's arms as Michelle in Wolf's Requiem. I still remember how reassuring it was to have my friends and companions at my side in Gloria as Sheena Dirk. Yeah, thought so. Remember all of that so clearly. And that's not something just everyone can do, not even Judith. Those voices, those feelings are just as much a part of you. You ain't empty. But don't let them overwhelm you either. You gotta listen to what you want, too. And I might get crap for saying this, but to heck with the script. I think this should be more important to you. Because it's something that only you can do. Never even considered disregarding my lines. That might actually be a good idea. Do you mind if I try this scene one more time? I might finally have something. Let's start from the very beginning this time. Yeah, sure. Wait, already? So they resume their acting, perform the scene over and over.
This is the real me. The one you don't know. The one I don't want you to know. But I can't run anymore. Not if I'm going to stay true to myself.
Oh. Cut. Mr. Lamb? How long have y'all been there? Wait, were you filming this? Don't worry, we were only filming Nina. That was spectacular, Nina. I know I approved our previous take, but this was significantly better. You went off script a little, but that doesn't matter when I could feel you and your character's soul so perfectly in your delivery. Thank you, director. Alright, everyone, let's keep this momentum and get back to shooting. Glad that's taken care of. Same, it's a relief. It feels like I finally saw a side of myself I'd never faced before. Thank you so much for your help. Yo, sorry for the wait. Don't worry about it. I just got here myself. Thanks for coming. Think nothing of it. Seems this has to do with one of my part-timers, so I figured I might as well. You want me to help out with a memento of the flame eaters, right? Yep. I want to fix up the custom rifle that Ada used to use. Seems like you've heard about it already. Sure have. We tried to get it repaired before, but they told us it wasn't really feasible. I assume the two of you found a way to fix it? Bingo. We learned what parts we'd need to repair it, so all that's left is to actually get them. It's been bothering me ever since I learned it was damaged, so I'm glad I can finally do something. Figure things will get really busy once the festival starts, so I want to get it taken care of before then. Fairy's working on the stuff that can be gathered above ground, while you're going to be getting the underground stuff from the Blacklight District, in other words. And you want me to show you around the place. Exactly. I've heard that nose of yours is really impressive. So impressive that even Zen relies on it. How about it? You up for being my guide? Why not? Couldn't hurt putting you in my debt more. Be helping one of my part-timers move on too. Sounds like a win-win to me. Thanks. Let's get moving then. Okay. You're looking to fix up a custom rifle, yeah? Not to discourage you fine folks, but that sounds like quite the pain in the behind. We know. We're prepared to deal with it. As you can probably guess, we need some specialized parts to get it back in working condition. Mind showing us the rifle suppressors and foregrips you've got in stock at the moment? Not at all. Right this way, young lady. Hopefully I have got what you're looking for. He's definitely got a wide selection, but none of it looks quite right. What about this part over here? It's pretty unwieldy, but nothing any decent Jaeger couldn't handle. Oh, yeah, maybe. Might actually be the same model Ada used. The same make, at least. This might work in a pinch. Might as well give it a shot. No pun intended. I've heard stories about that bad boy. You're in luck. I know for a fact that the rifle I used back when I was on active duty is the same generation as her gun. You can go ahead and take it if you want. It should have a part or two you can use. It's real generous of you. For real, are you sure? I mean, that has to mean a lot to you. I'm no Jaeger anymore, so I don't mind parting with it. Helping the Colonel's daughter sounds better to me anyway. In return, just promise you'll come back and tell me how the Purple Lightning's doing. Been rooting for her ever since she hung it up to walk her own path. Let me know how she's holding up, yeah? Deal. Can't say I know everything, but I'll be happy to share what I can. Okay. Oh, I guess it's fixed up. Oh, would you look at that? It's right back to the way it was. Ain't that something? It even has the same custom rifle muzzle she used back in her Zephyr days. Maximized its firepower and improved its accuracy. She really liked talking about that thing. I can see why. It's been customized in other ways too. The weight distribution probably makes it unwieldy to anyone who isn't a rifle pro. But Ada had no problem handling it. She and this rifle were a match made in heaven. No doubt about that. I'm glad we were able to get it fixed up for her. Flame Eater couldn't have asked for a better pair of sisters. So what are you planning to do with it now? That's a good question. How'd you feel about using it, Fairy? I don't think a rifle of this size would suit me, to be honest. Ada once told me to remain true to my own style. I don't think I'd be honoring her if I changed mine to adapt to her weapon. Figured you'd say something like that. It doesn't fit mine either. I have a better idea. How about we deliver it to the current members of Zephyr? Oh yeah, I heard they reformed after the war. It's changed hands since then. Now it's being led by two of its former regimental commanders, Zeno and Leo. I'm fine with giving it over to them, but are you sure that's what you want? Thought long and hard about it. In her final moments, Ada said the names of her Zephyr comrades, including you. I can tell she treasured her family there. That's why I want to return it to them. Okay, that works for me. I'll go ahead and arrange it for it to be delivered then. How are you going to do that? You do realize a civilian courier can't just waltz into Zephyr turf with a rifle in hand, right? Well aware, that's not what I had in mind. I know someone named Josette who owns a delivery company. Her people should be able to get it over to them without much trouble at all. You're based in Liberl, yeah? You sure know a lot of people, don't you? I could say the same about you. We probably don't get to see them, do we? So can you stick around your base camp for a while longer? Sure thing, we had to kill some time before our next job anyway. Jaeger's weapon is their very soul. We will take good care of it. 3 of us fought side by side many times as regimental commanders. She was dearly missed. Eisenshield told us about what happened to her. It's strange to think a part of her will be coming back to us. I like to think she's sharing a laugh and a drink with the boss on the other side right about now. Probably stressing all about her little sisters too. Worrywart. Wouldn't shock me. There's Ada's other little sister. You must be one of the only bracers in the guild who keeps in touch with Jaegers. We don't talk that often, but they reach out to me every now and then. Now that we've got that squared away, I think I'm going to drop by a cafe. Want to come with? I can share some stories about Ada and Zephyr if you're interested. Really? Oh, I'd love that. I can tell you some about my people in our village. Cool. I'd like to hear all about them. There he is. It's like Jack's got business with Yimai? Yimai? Hey, this isn't what you promised, old man. Promised? No, I'm sorry, but I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. I never promised you anything, you see. What's up? Got a problem? Oh, hey, Van. You actually came, huh? Yeah, I was just a little concerned about you is all. So what happened? I asked this guy to reserve a certain 10 mirror coin for me on the off chance he came across it so I could buy it off him. But instead, he went behind my back and pawned it off to someone else. A 10 mirror coin? It's got you worked up over it. It's what we in the business call an error coin, a misprint, if you will. Not only are the portrait and text flipped, but the copper is the wrong color too. It has a slight silver hue to it. These little mistakes are 1 in 10,000, if not rarer. 30,000 mirror per coin is quite common. That's not all that can inflate the value of these, no sir. Owner history plays a part too, and a previous owner as infamous as this coins can bump the value up even higher, 50,000 by my estimate. Dang, 50,000 mirror for a little coin? Must have had one heck of a past life to command that kind of money. Dang right it did. I take it you know about my mentor and my greatest rival? Of course I do. King himself, ain't it? Hall's own old man. Right. You probably know that he's not around anymore. There's a reason for that. A dumb little kid when I was younger. A cocky butt got him killed. Dang, dude, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to dig up all that baggage. Well, now you know. Anyway, I'm sure you put 2 and 2 together. That coin we're arguing over used to belong to him. After he died, that coin disappeared. I had no idea where it went, at least until yours truly happened upon it. Jack offered 100,000 mirror for that little coin. At the time, I was more than happy to give it to him. Unfortunately, another customer beat him to the punch with a 105,000 mirror offer. Poor Jack was just minutes too late. Really was nothing personal. I was just doing as a businessman does and taking the better offer. Don't give me a break. If you just told me somebody had put in a counter offer, I would have put up more money too. That is a little odd you didn't do that this time. You know just how much you like to ring people for every mirror they're worth. So who's the moneybags who ran off with the coin? Well, if you want to know, you'll have to go straight to the source. It so happens the buyer left a note to pass on to Jack. It says quite plainly, if you'd like the coin back, come to Kyung? Great. You couldn't just sell the coin to them, you had to help them antagonize me too. Thanks, Amai. Every now and again, someone comes out of the woodwork trying to pick a fight with me. Who's got it out for me this time, though? I haven't got a clue. Yeah, I remember that pair of cheaters you had to deal with in Longport when we were in town. Sure ain't easy being famous, huh? You heading over right now, then? I think I'll tag along to see how it goes down. Sure, go ahead. I don't mind the company. What? Why do you think I'm here? It's because I'm the one who bought the coin. I figured it was possible I might run into you, and now here you are, I guess. Yep, here I am. Good to see you, Van. I was originally planning on having Mao officiate our little game. But if you're here, I'd be more than happy to have you do it if you don't mind. Sure, I can do that. Bit of a roundabout way to challenge someone to a game, though, don't you think? Yeah, but unless I go to that much trouble, Jack won't take it as seriously as he should. So just to reiterate, Jack, I want to play a game of poker with you. Winner keeps King's coin. Sound good to you? I'm game. You're on. Think you have any chance of winning against me? Do you really need to ask, Jack? You're right, my bad. That was dumb. Alright, now with that settled, I'll have you hold on to the coin, Van. Every round you'll flip that bad boy to determine who goes first. If it's heads, I go first. Tails, Jack goes first. I feel like I'm being given a big responsibility running this match. I'll do my best to make you guys proud. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Van. We appreciate having you. Well, may the best hand win. Let's get down to business. Okay. Ooh. Save it for when you win, Jack. This game ain't over until it's over. You got that right. Geez, you two are frickin' nuts. Too many in Zemuria who can read each other's hands and bluff the way you can. It's like this next hand's gonna be our grand finale. Sure seems like it. Keep up the good work, Van. Doesn't matter who goes first. Either way, your fate's already set. Well, here goes nothing. Which hand should I catch the coin with? Left hand. Tails, your move, Jack. Go first, huh? That's the way it's going to be. I'll exchange 2 cards. Oh, were you thinking of trying that on me? No wonder you're disappointed. It's definitely better to go second in that case. Hall's got 4 kings. What have you got, Jack? I get it now. Must have mastered King's technique to play like that. 4 of a kind for Jack. What's going on? Did Hall get set this all up? Sure did. King's whole specialty back in the day was taking control of the cards, including his opponent's own hand. Played well, Hall. Ain't nothing to... Wait. There's still 1 card you haven't opened. What could you possibly still have left? The game should be over. Not if I've got a wild card in my hand. And that's exactly what I have. 5 of a kind with Jacks. Read 'em and weep. Sorry, Hall. I win. Not sure I follow you guys. Did you somehow use Hall's own move against her? More or less, yeah. No way. How? How is that possible? I can wonder all I like, but at the end of the day, they call you Victory Jack for a reason. I lost, and that's all there is to it. It's time for me to pay the piper, I suppose. The coin's all yours, Jack. Here you are, Jack. Good game. Thanks. That was a fun one, to say the least. There's one more thing we need to settle before we head on out. Giving you the coin. You're the one who should hold on to it. Jack, what are you doing? We agreed that whoever won gets to keep the coin. You earned it. You shouldn't give it back to me. In fact, I want you to have it. There's nobody else I'd rather see it with than you. Seriously, take it. It's okay. Oh, I get it now. That whole match was just a setup for her to give the coin to him all along, wasn't it? Sorry, Hall, but I can't let you have your way on this one. If that coin was mine, then it'd be up to me to decide what to do with it. But if you're that determined to hoist the thing on me anyway, then there's only one thing you can do. Play you again. Play you again and win. That's right. That's how these things work in our world. Fine, if that's how you're going to be, you're on. Keep improving my skills, and then one of these days I'll beat you when you're playing your absolute hardest. Till then, you better not lose to anybody else but me, or your butt is grass. Deal? Deal. Man, you won't find another pair of gamblers like these anywhere else in Zemuria. Glad I got to see this little exchange today. That was neat. They're all knocked out. What could have happened? Oh, I think I might know. Got a hunch these fools tried barking up the wrong tree, and they paid the price. Hard. Oh, crap. That would explain it. I almost feel sorry for them. Is it Walter? No. Okay. Van, my friend, how wonderful to see you, and the rest of you as well. Good to see you, Your Highness. You sure roughed those poor guys up good, huh? Oh, I had no hand in this, none whatsoever. You see, they attempted to make moves on these ladies here, and they just wouldn't take no for an answer. They got physical, and, well, these women, they're truly a force to be reckoned with. Even yours truly quivers before them. Hey, don't you think that's a little mean, Prince? I was simply performing my duties, nothing more and nothing less. Okay, but that doesn't explain why you all were hanging out. You guys make for one weird posse, however you slice it. A mutual acquaintance of ours was kind enough to put me in touch with His Highness, so I came down here to meet with him, but then, as fate would have it, she happened to run into us here as well. I'm on a break for once after wrapping up a job. I came into town to unwind until the festival, taking some of the local sights. Anyway, I wandered down here looking for a little excitement, I guess you could say. And I got everything I bargained for and more. This is too good to just be some kind of coincidence. Destiny must have brought us together. What do you say, Yin, Miss Bodyguard? Want to go around? I think I'm good, think. Well, that sounds like a delightful proposal. Don't worry about me, Nadja. I encourage, nay, implore you to take her up on it. The things you say sometimes, Your Highness. Suppose I should just be grateful when you're not thinking to throw down with her yourself. No, didn't mean to leave you all out, Van. You guys are more than welcome to... Yeah, no. We have this thing called work? Strange, I know. I'm getting caught in the crossfire between these two. I need the count of 3. Okay. Can't tell if Van is based or gross. I don't know. You decide. You're no fun. Oh well. There's always next time. Just don't burn the whole district down, alright? You okay, Van? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. Is there something bothering you? Guessing the stories about the gangsters and Almata remnants are on your mind. If Ramadi, Jack, and Killico were all talking about them, then it's definitely worth mulling over. We heard something interesting while following up on Dingo's case as well. You were referring to an account of them being sighted in the Tyrell district, yes? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, that is kind of worrying. Maybe we should drop by Tyrell just in case, you know. Not a bad idea. Can't hurt to check the area out again. Can probably rule out the busier parts of the district. Same for the area near the restaurant that's run by Hayue. Okay. No, is it busted? Someone's telling me this wasn't their doing. Oh, the handle's just gone, period. I would say, yeah. It's like, let's just quit sitting here speculating. Let's go down and check it out. See, this is why Catra's cool. Why are they breaking the handles off? Are they like super strong or something? I wonder if they have the drugs like the ones that were in Crossbow. Or the ones that like Viola and Alexander took. Nah, we're fine on all that stuff. We'll be alright. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go check it out. Everything points to them being remnants of Almata and the gangs that serve them too. Oh, and it's going off. We're still missing, what, 2 Genesis? Could it be an omen? Or it is reacting to a vestige of something? Seems like there's something here. Yeah, Anyas, make sure the backup crew is on standby. We might need them in here at a moment's notice. Huh. Who are you? Here for a fight? I'm a Spriggan from here in Edith. Part of my crew's job is helping people who can't turn to the guild or the cops for aid. So if there's something you need help with, we might be able to give it to you. Won't you at least talk to us? You're a Spriggan? I think I might have heard of you at some point. How'd I get a better look? You've got some real oh my gosh, not again. Maybe they're doing better than we thought. Don't let them trick you. The only Spriggan in Edith is from Arkride Solutions. The guy who kept going up against the beast at the top of Almata. Now that you mention it, if they take us in and manage to get anything out of us, I don't want to die? They're clearly not of sound mind right now. Guess we gotta knock some sense. There's the aura stuff. Yep.
A large group. That suits me fine. That won't work.
I won't lose. I'll get them all at once. Activating drive.
It's go time! I'll crush them all at once.
Activating shield.
Keep moving, Van.
Got a whole slew of them.
Balls in your court. Over here. Over here. That's far enough.
Let's see here.
Lion Seal of 9.
Initializing drive. Stop right there.
That won't work.
Weak.
On yes.
That won't work.
Stop right there. There. There.
Petra!
Leave this to me.
Easy peasy. Melchior and that armored guy. Armored guy. It can't be Ariok. Unless it's just his armor kind of running around. Because I don't think the church recovered that yet, did they? I don't want to fool you if they find out we betrayed him. Never want to doubt a cutie, but if fate worse than death is all that's waiting for us, I'd rather do the deed myself. What are they talking about? Oh, dude. Kincaid, dang, dude, what a shot. Wow. Okay. Timed your entrance perfectly now, didn't you?
Certainly not. I only just arrived.
Sure you did, Kincaid. I'm kind of getting... I'm starting to get Rufus Albarella vibes from Kincaid a little bit. Because, you know, like when you first meet Rufus, you're kind of like, man, there's something about you, but I don't really know what it is. And the more you see him interact, it's like, oh, okay. Clearly a smart dude. I feel like Kincaid is... I'm getting those vibes from Kincaid.
Think nothing of it. Or would you prefer to call it a debt owed?
So he doesn't wind up being a bad guy for a while and then gets a redemption arc in its own game. Should be either a guild problem or something your side should have handled from the start. Your boss mentioned how these guys had slipped through the cracks of your cleanup operation. Feels like you did a sloppy job to me. Not at all. This was the most efficient approach to the problem. We performed a thorough cleaning of the major cities outside of Edith and drove all of the leftovers here. We do have a Hercules unit standing by that we could send in at a moment's notice. But I wonder if we should outsource the work to you instead. It all makes sense now. All the fragmented information we gathered from all over the city did seem to fit together remarkably well. Never stopped to think that all of it was deliberately spread by you to lead us here. That's all this was? Huh. That was the intention, though whether you were able to follow the clues was down to you.
The rules forbade me from getting directly involved in what happened in Oracion, so I was forced to stand on the sidelines as the place filled with fond memories for us was saved by you. Consider this revenge for that.
I call BS. You ain't the sentimental type. Still, she's gonna be back in town tomorrow. I know she'd give me an earful if I left any problems unsolved, so I guess I can help you just this once. It's like I'm seeing two of the same person. Get a room, you wrinkly old farts. We'll help too, of course. Do you have any idea how many more of them we can expect in here? We believe there to be roughly 30. 20 thugs and 10 former Almata members. Dang, even got a breakdown. Sure are a lot of them though, huh? We should contact the others at the office and have them come along to assist us. So we're splitting up. These two teams should work. Why don't I get to decide who I want on my team? I had a feeling this is going to come back to bite me. They're like, hey, you aren't using these characters that much, so here's a team full of the characters you haven't really been using. And we're going to take the characters you have been using a lot away from you. Can don't. That's funny. Zeros and I. What? Alright. Sure. This isn't a competition. We could make it one. So I guess I need to spend a little bit of time kind of like fine-tuning.
They have that much spirit. They should have no trouble dealing with this. Still.
What are you sensing, Brigard?
I faintly sense a presence that is not of this world here. I cannot precisely pinpoint it, now that I've lost my stigma. But I can see I will need to be prepared for trouble, all the same.
Okay. Adjust the equipment of individual members if necessary. Then it'll switch between the two teams over the course of the dungeon. Okay, interesting. Honestly, I think we'll probably be okay.
Whew, that hits the spot.
5-star performance, Judith.
Ambush them with shards while there's time.
This'll hurt.
Now's a good time for a boost. Leave this to me.
You're not getting away.
Blast off!
There we go.
Oh, looks like a chest.
Gaiaverse. Time to cast
Nice.
Earth Arts.
That went great.
Shall I
That
prepare some sweets for you, Mr. Arkride?
might be good on Catra.
Allow me.
The question is where?
Skill set updated.
Put that there.
Arch to fare well against that.
Gotcha! Engaging enemy!
Finish with your hardest attack.
You snooze, you lose.
Now's a good time for a boost. Leave this to me.
Over here! All for you! Your turn, Judith!
Energy output maximum.
Well, 0 art, huh?
There! Catcher, your turn!
Leave this to me.
Reset!
Activating drive.
Initializing drive.
He's sick!
Miss Lancer!
Dadgum, had like a 56 to 60 combo thing going on there.
I think I've grown a little.
Nice.
What'd you
The
expect?
boost gauge appears to be full.
Alright, cool. Nope. Here's some of them.
Wait a minute.
Nice.
Bet this'll sting.
It's not my fault. I swear.
So where to get that? Oh, I guess we can just do this.
Come at me! Reset! Sweep 'em!
A chance for a shoulder boost. Don't mind me. Energy activating skill.
Cannot run! Fire!
That won't work.
Here's our chance. I'll take care of them.
Beginning casting.
Fan!
Think fast. Take this.
That won't work.
Go to hell!
No, you can't heal yourself. That's cheating.
Catra!
Leave this to me.
Here's our chance.
Leave this to me.
Have some more.
There's what, 20 of them? Now there's 16? No, 14? How many people were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? Yeah, 16. Oh, do we get to play as Kincaid though? Oh, that's kind of cool.
I feel much better.
Okay, interesting.
Too slow. Take this.
Your charge attack is ready for
Dadgum.
use.
Take this.
Well, orbital gun he has is pretty
Let's move on.
slick.
We've wasted enough time.
Watch out! That enemy looks strong.
Okay, that's pretty classy.
Now, use shards to get the upper hand.
Initiating attack.
Okay, what do you got, Kincaid? Do you have
This is
a...
your chance for
You
a
don't have an
shard
S-Craft. What are you? Arc Dominator, all stats down.
Keep it up! It's working!
Arc of Eldorado. Dude, he's got all the powerful ones.
Energy output
Sight
maximum.
activate.
This'll hurt! Blaze! Breathe onto us!
Go time.
Aaron!
Activating skill.
You've got this, Agnes.
Activating drive.
Mr. Kincaid! There!
If you would.
Activating skill.
Perfect chance! One skill, clear right up!
Gotcha.
Yes!
Activating drive.
Energy output at maximum. Activating drive.
If you would.
Activating skill.
Go time!
Alright, there we go.
Take this! That's on you!
I did it!
I gotta say, Kincaid's got some cool moves. I like him.
Wait a minute.
A chance! I'll get them all at once. If you're going to full boost, time to go activating drive. Perfect chance!
Barry, now!
Too late! You're toast! Mr. Kincaid!
Activating skill.
I'm here to stop you. Exceed rank!
What?
Take my shot! You'll be sorry for that!
Activating skill.
There!
You've got this, Anya!
Activating skill.
I smell treasure.
Engaging enemy! Take this down! Take this!
This'll hurt.
Leave this to me.
Stay put!
Leave this to me.
Here's our chance!
Now's a good time. Leave this to me.
Gotcha.
Oh, these figures look excellent.
You kicked some real tail, Catra. Give me your worst.
Leave this to me. Leave this to me.
Up to you, Reset!
Activating skill.
Have some more.
Activating skill. That went better than I anticipated.
Good job, Reset. And action.
Next target.
Hit it with your hardest attack.
It's done!
I didn't even break a sweat.
Mediums, protect. Hit it with your hardest attack. Such pitiful souls. May they rest in peace.
Pardon
I
me?
smell treasure.
Crimson Tear. Or Tear.
You're a rowdy crowd, aren't you?
It's done!
A large group. That suits me fine. Now's a good
Got
time
a whole
for a
slew of
boost.
them.
Leave this to me.
Think fast.
Take this!
Leave this to me.
Your turn, Judith.
Bet this'll sting. Criminal! Reset! Sweep 'em!
A chance for a shot. Initiating drive.
Initializing drive.
Mr. Salesian!
Huh?
Reset! A chance!
This'll hurt.
Now's a good time for a boost. Try and leave this to me.
Stay put!
Leave this to me.
Up to you, Reset!
Initiating drive.
Leave this to me.
Come here! I need you!
Yeah.
Reset!
They're stunned.
It's go time!
Yeah, yeah. I won't let this chance slip by. Don't activating skill. You cannot run. Fire!
There we go, easy peasy.
That went better than I anticipated.
Always got it down, Reset.
Enemy sighted. Be careful.
Engaging enemy! Stun!
A large group. That suits me fine.
Got a whole slew of them.
Leave this to me.
Stay put! Up to you, Reset!
A chance for a shard boost. Energy output max. Drive.
Bet this'll sting. Come at me! Catcher, your turn!
Beginning casting.
Catcher, your turn!
Leave this to me.
Here I go. Energy output max. Initiating drive.
Leave this to me.
You're not getting away.
Blast off! Here's our chance! Yeah!
Catcher, your turn!
Hey, let's say we take 5.
I feel much better.
Alright. Save here. Okay, both doors are open. There's still no sign of any people or monsters. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting bored of just running, so how about you get to spilling? Time to tell us about Van, buddy. Hey, Renne. Yeah, I want to know too. I can only tell you about the times when we were together, though. I believe you've already heard about his time in Oracion, which just leaves our time at Aramis. I really want to know, but still. Yes, please. We want to hear all the sort of deets between him and Eau-Claire, too. Guys, we really shouldn't. If you'd rather not be involved, we can run a bit ahead of you. No, she's like, never mind. Yeah, I thought so. The more the merrier. Alright then. Oh, but we don't get to listen in, okay. Why do I get the feeling Renne's telling him about my personal life as we speak? Well, he did say he was going to. And here we are missing out on the fun, so come on, out with it. Out with what? We want to hear everything that happened while you were at Aramis, of course. Yeah, it sure feels to me like you were going out with Beauty's blade while you were there. It isn't proper to pry into another's affairs, you two. Oh, but what an incredible coincidence it was that you happened to meet your friends again while at Aramis, You're just as bad as the rest of them. Don't sound like I'm that desperate to hide it or anything.
So you know all about me growing up in an orphanage in Oracion. But after that, I ended up in the custody of another place. A lot happened after that, to say the least. Both good and bad. Then things changed again when I was 14, and I ended up somewhere else. That was when someone suggested I take the entrance exam for Aramis. And that was where we met again for the first time in 7 years.
Oh, wow.
I had no idea what they'd been up to all that time, and they knew just as little about me. They're just some people you can't get away from, though, I guess.
Still, while neither of us knew exactly what happened to him, we could tell something had. We didn't try to push the matter. Instead, we rejoiced in our reunion and rekindled our old bonds. Much happened during our time together, including the school festival in late April and the student council president election. And through it all, we quickly went back to being as close as we were before. When I became student council president, the two of them even helped me with my work. Still, not everything could be the same as it was in the old days. It didn't take long for Van and Elaine to realize their attraction to one another. And during late autumn, the two of them confessed to each other and started dating.
Okay.
Having suspected how they felt towards one another since our childhood, the only surprise for me was that it took so long. Still, while it made me happy to see the two of them come together, I couldn't help but feel a little lonely to see them pair off without me.
Dude, don't tell me Kincaid's gonna be like a jealous friend or something and he's a bad guy, or...
Did I have feelings for her? No, not at all.
Okay, maybe not.
I had a girlfriend of my own at the time, and all in all, I was quite satisfied with my personal life.
Were you? Still, it was like most relationships at that age. It was never gonna last. It was over and done in half a year. I think we just gotten carried away because we were so happy to be together again. I wasn't the only one with stuff going on either. I could tell she had trouble with her family even then. That's how relationships are. I probably could have taken it further. It just didn't work out that way. After that, we were both focused on the school festival as second years. And by that, I mean we were busy as hell. Preparations revolved around Renne as president, Elaine as vice president, and me working behind the scenes. We filled the whole thing with surprises. The performance at the end was some real unprecedented stuff. Is this like foreshadowing? Is that what's happening right now? The school principal may have been less than pleased by it all, but looking back, it's still a fond memory for me. You wouldn't believe how cute Elaine was then, or how much like an older brother Renne was with the way he looked out for us. But How long after, everything came to an abrupt end. The next student council election was held in May, and Elaine became its next president. Everyone, including us, expected that Van would go on to become her vice president, but it was not meant to be.
All the letter he left to me said was, "Sorry, take care of Elaine for me," while the one he left for Elaine contained a clumsily written apology. Neither of us were told anything about the reason behind his actions.
And that's how second-year student Van Arkride dropped out before he could graduate. That was 7 years ago now. Well, 7.5 if you want to get nitpicky about it.
There were a bunch of reasons why I dropped out, but one was that I just wasn't cut out for that life to begin with. Sure, you guys already know I'm not great in groups or at being a part of something. Aaron's got a bit of that in him too, so I'm really hoping he doesn't end up like me. I don't think you need to worry about him. Still, are you sure you're really as bad with groups as you're saying? Huh? But why would he just drop out like that? Sure, there's some reason, but no doubt he'd rather take it to the grave than tell us. Judging by that crap he was spewing this morning.
Van is going to be just fine. Oh?
Hmm?
I believe the reason he said what he did this morning is the opposite. Because he's facing us head on. He's not trying to change the subject or gloss over how he's feeling. He's giving us a clear sign that something's wrong. We all know how he is. He's cunning but kind, and more dependable than anyone. And deep down, a little timid, too. That's why I'm not worried about him.
You have been doing a fine job as the chief of Arkride Solutions. It seems to come to you naturally, too, as does your consideration for all of us.
Yeah, I've always been good at looking out for others. I mean, look at how understanding you've been of my situation. I don't think Elaine and Kincaid are going to be satisfied with that explanation. Or the others in the office, for that matter.
I believe the time will eventually come for you to stop running and face everyone.
See, makes me think he's gonna go berserk or something, and that's what him facing everyone's gonna be.
Not just us, but your friends, your master, the people you live with. There are so many people who care deeply for you. I count myself among them.
It's honestly hard to watch you sometimes and not say anything. But at the end of the day, the responsibility falls to you before anyone else, and you need to be aware of that.
Good grief. I feel like I can hear everyone on Renne's side saying the same damn things. I'll settle this with myself eventually, if for nothing else but to make me look cool.
That sounds like a good start to me.
How long is this hallway that they're running in? Been running for like a long time now. It's almost like in Fast and the Furious when they have that stupid long runway. Like, how long is this hallway?
You do like to act cool after all.
We would all like to do what we can to help you when that time comes.
Perhaps he's finally losing his touch. Or more like it's time for him to finally pay the piper.
Damn, he's fighting a losing battle if even a schoolgirl can see through his act now. Feels like he's putting a pointlessly long abeyance on the inevitable while he tries to find himself to me, if I'm being real with you.
Did Aaron just use the word abeyance? Good grief, dude. That's a $50 word.
I could see the finding himself angle. Yeah. No idea what an abeyance is, though. I'm not sure it's quite that simple.
I almost feel like I need to Google it because I don't even know what that word is.
Still, I believe in him. I know he'll stop averting his eyes one day. Not from us so much as from himself. And yes.
Listen to this girl.
It's that kind of straightforward honesty that has the greatest effect on him, I think. Perhaps if I'd been able to say the same to him 7 years ago. No. There's no use in dwelling on the past.
Alright, almost at the end. Something's gonna happen here. Hey guys, got here at the same time, huh? Exhausted after all that running. Just glad we all made it here unharmed. Trust you didn't let any of our targets slip past you? Same question right back at you. Still. All of them appear to be behaving just as strangely as the ones from before. Who do they even think they're talking to? Nope.
What's happening? Don't let it get the best of you!
Julius?
An Ark Devil?
I was about to say, this looks like something from Sky the Third. What? Oh, wait a minute.
Van?
Has he seen this before?
Together, you mischief maker.
Got it, Renne. You pampered prince.
Don't you call me any part of that ever again.
Damn it! I refuse to lose to a being so unscientific.
We will back you up to the utmost of our abilities.
Please, Arusha! Keep us safe from harm!
I hope you don't think you can take down the Great Grimcat!
Assume its strength to be equal to a high-ranking cryptid. Here it comes!
Alright, let's take this thing down. Oh, that thing is big.
If you're going to boost, I full boost. Time to go activating drive.
Here goes.
Let's get this thing over here.
Leave this to me.
Over here.
All for you!
Perfect chance!
Let's get Katra in here.
Got this!
I want a zero art? Absolutely.
Leave this to me.
On yes!
Activating skill.
Here goes.
Activating drive.
I won't lose.
Beginning casting.
Activating drive. There!
On yes!
Activating skill. Forget it.
There! Your move.
Leave this to me.
A chance. Stay put. They're stunned.
There we
All
go.
You on yes.
Full boost. Time to go on the attack. Activating drive.
Got it. Give it up. It's over.
Activating skill.
I'm going.
This thing's not so tough. Says local man about to get destroyed.
Here goes.
Oh, and a critical on this? Let's go, dude.
Vandalize! Raid!
Leave this to me. Boost
All
gauge
you
limiter.
on yes.
Remove.
Activating drive.
On yes!
Activating skill.
I'm going.
Beginning casting.
Got it! Target acquired. Take this!
That move is so clutch.
Bring it on!
Another vandalized raid? Sure.
Brace yourself!
Boost gauge limiter. Remove.
There it goes.
Nice. Moving on up.
Well within expectations.
That thing wasn't so tough. It is gonna like disappear back. Oh, it's changed phases. Is he gonna absorb them? Or is it controlling them? Oh, it looks like he's absorbing them. Oh, whoa. Those things are terrifying. Okay, Van, time to bear the nightmare. Must be using the fear of our original targets as a foothold to enter this world. Careless of me, I should have sent that alpha unit in after all. Dang right, you should have. Whatever, I'll take this. Something's gonna happen here. Wait, you aren't Van? Guess this will be my first time showing it to you directly, huh? Can't tell you how it works, but enjoy the show.
No, there will be no need for that.
It's almost like when everybody blocks Renne from using Spirit Unification in Cold Steel 4.
I'll back you up.
And there's a lane. Thought you weren't going to be back until tomorrow. You must have really rushed everything to get back here earlier.
Yes, but I did everything that I needed to. So I'm not letting you have all the glory.
You're the stubborn one, I see.
Have another person join you, Van. Everyone else, we will secure the left and right sides.
Come on, feels like we just had all our thunder stolen from us. We'll have to take out the others one at a time so that Van's team can focus on the largest target. Is it gonna be Van, Kincaid, and Elaine? Select one additional member to support Van's group in battle. Obviously Anya, so we can have heals. Oh, okay. This is what they're doing. Okay.
Max, initiating drive.
You'll be sorry. Bet this'll sting.
Initiating skill.
Criminal. Reset. Sweep 'em.
Don't activating skill.
Prepare yourself.
Hang in there. Not getting free. Do your worst. Max boost. This'll hurt. One skill coming right up. Slice. Hang in there. Do your worst. Max boost. Miss Lancer.
Swift. Larcenate. Reset. Sweep 'em.
A chance for a shot. Activating drive.
Huh? Reset. Sweep 'em.
He's gonna drop a whole planet on. Yep. That's cool. He's gonna drop a whole planet on him.
Deploying shot.
It's excessive, but it's cool.
Don't screw with me!
A good chance for a shard boost. Energy activating skill. Activating skill.
Here's our chance! Bear guard!
Delay and a back attack bonus.
I'll smash you into bits.
That's far enough!
Come on, Catra. There we go.
There!
Leave this to me.
Aaron!
Energy activating skill. Activating skill.
That's far enough!
Beginning casting. Leave this to me. Here I go.
Engaging skill.
Get out of here! Flint, hurry, Katsa. Energy activating skill.
Have some of this!
There we go.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Not bad at all.
I think I've grown a little.
Here we go. Take the Grendel has temporarily been made available.
Full boost. Activating drive. Forget it.
I'll remember this. Zyba activate.
Keep it up.
Activating drive.
Here goes. This'll hurt.
Now's a good time for leave this to me.
Think fast. Take this.
There! Activating skill. A chance! Activating drive.
L
I'll
sandwich?
remember this.
It's a real move.
Now's a great time for a shard boost. Focus unleashed.
Here goes. Activating drive. Here. Elaine! There! On yes! Activating skill.
My turn.
Okay.
Activating skill.
Target acquired. Take this. Get going, Beth. This'll hurt.
Leave this to me.
Over here. All for you. Don't stop now, Elaine.
Focus unleashed. Zypha activate.
Activating drive.
There he goes.
Got your number.
Elaine! They flinched. There! On yes!
Taking point. Focus unleashed. Zypha activate.
Activating drive.
Leave this to me.
Stay put. Up to you, Renne.
Activating skill.
Target acquired. Take this.
There! On yes! Activating skill. Here! Elaine!
A chance.
Leave this to
Time
me.
for the main event. Vandalize! Raid!
Leave this to me. Boost
All
gauge
you
limiter.
on, yes.
Remove.
Activating drive.
I'll remember this. Engaging skill.
Light. Cut the dark.
A chance.
Leave this to
You're
me.
not getting away. Blast off!
Ha! On yes!
There it goes.
I did it!
Easy enough. So I wonder if that's Dantes' plan or Almata's plan is trying to bring in characters from like monsters from well, I can't even talk. Monsters from Gehenna to cause fear, and then if more people are afraid, that makes the gateway even stronger and more open in different areas, thus bringing about even more. Dude, that's kind of nuts. It'll take more than that to stop us. I can't sense their presence any longer. The space around us seems to have stabilized now, too. They're all unconscious by the looks of it. Do you think those creatures really appeared as a result of their fear? Indeed, they must have been underlings of the 77 devils described in the Testaments. This isn't the first time in recent years that such beings have emerged. Indeed, the last time was during the war, I believe? Yeah, pretty sure some showed up because of the Great Twilight. But they did. Several even appeared in the Republic. How did something so significant end up down here? You really think these guys feeling cornered was the cause? It's hard to say for sure. However, it is said that devils are drawn to the negative emotions of humans. Thankfully, that was the last of their ominous presence here. I can no longer sense them. Well done. Never expected to find myself up against supernatural beings down here. You know, or a victory to everyone fighting so valiantly. Gang's back together. Feeling jealous? A little, yes. Still, I'm glad it could happen. It feels like it's been 7 years in the making. I suppose so. But everyone was too distracted from the fight to notice me transform.
Damn. We come down here after sensing some evil shit in the air, and what do we find?
Who are those church knights? If it isn't our favorite couple of crackpots.
Looking for a fight, punk? Wait, was an Archdevil here?
I have to wonder if we were even needed, with our master already being here.
Not at all. You came at the perfect time.
Nice going, Elaine. Looks like you didn't arrive a minute too soon.
We could hear the fighting while we were on our way here. But you and your old friends work together like a dream, huh?
A nice enough dream, I suppose. Why are you looking at me like that?
What?
You're just imagining it.
Reporting in, sir. Are those the rest of their members? Correct. Take them into custody. This should be the last of them. Feels to me like we were never needed here. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. We were able to lure out the bulk of Almata's remaining forces after all. Whew. Finally, we can take a break. I'm just glad we were able to smack some sense into those idiots when they went crazier than a palm sprout and... Okay, Aaron. There are better ways of putting it. Still, I'm pooped. Same here. As soon as I realized it was over, my stomach started rumbling like crazy. I know it won't make up for everything you've done, especially in Arasion, so we can leave that for some other time. But how about we all head to the bistro below your work for a little celebration? Huh? That sounds like a plan to me. Had my eye on that place for a while. Heard even the former president's a fan. Hold on, you two. Even our division chief speaks highly of it, and I can't say I'm not curious myself. The place where you're staying, Master? I'm curious if we're all going to Montmart. Won't we be troubling them by charging it unannounced in such large numbers? It's not an inn. It'd be best if we asked them first, but the owner is a generous man. He may well accommodate us, especially if Bergard's asking. Wait, even you're on board with this? It's not often we have the chance to go somewhere together, you know? I think it'd be nice to invite Bramati too, and maybe some of my classmates if that's alright. Oh, can we invite Sarah and Shahina too then? And Inspector Deswani? Works for me. Maybe I'll give Nina and Gotti a call so they can join in on the fun. And I'll give Essie and Supervisor Gus... Why are we inviting everybody? What is happening? Then I'll reach out to Montmart post-haste. Do you have to encourage them? This is going to be total chaos. My only reason is the one I stated, and you're coming too, of course. Does that work for you too, Elaine? I suppose so. Just thinking about it takes me back to our school festival after party. There's no way this isn't going to be way worse. It's kind of nice though because it feels like a family. I don't know, it's kind of cool. It definitely is chaotic. My like introvert sensibilities are like freaking out right now. Just the thought of how many people are going to be at Montmart, but I don't know. This is kind of nice. But I don't like it because I feel like Falcom is luring us into a false sense of security here. Like something is going to happen. I know something is about to happen. So this is great and all, but I have a bad feeling about this. Why is the swine like, arr? Is she even holding a cup? It's like nothing in her hand. With Almata's reign of terror at an end, they were able to let go and truly enjoy the moment. until the Fire Nation attacked. Oh, that's not the Fire Nation. And despite most attendees rarely or never crossing paths, they opened up to each other in record time. Even celebrities like Judith, Nina, and the Crown Prince fit right in with the evening of merriment and delicious food. Oh my gosh, Maxim. What is Bermati up to? There were some who stepped over the line and ended up paying the price, but they only got what they deserved. Bermati to the rescue.
I can't believe even Sal ended up coming. This shit ended up being a crazier mess than I was counting on.
It is quite the mishmash of people. I never pictured Renne, the Gralsritter, and the Crown Prince to ever be in the same room. If you tried to tell someone who wasn't here about this guest list, they'd think you were making it up.
Especially so with unscrupulous celebrities like Risha Mao and Judith Lanster being here. Since we do owe them, however, I see no reason to drive them out.
I got no comment on either of them. Though Miss Vice President here might not be as up for letting some things slide.
Just how far stuck in the past are you? If nothing else, dealing with the Twilight forced me to be a little more flexible with whom I work. And I certainly doubt you could have triumphed in Oracion without the help of people from all sides of the moral spectrum.
Sure doubt it.
Realizing that you can't always keep it clean is a sign that you have truly matured. I'd wondered if the two of you would ever grow up. But at last, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Don't let me in with him.
Maybe you two haven't changed in the slightest. You're both exactly like you were in high school. That goes double for you then. You're still the same slave driver you've always been. Paid off though, from student council president to the counseling the president. To be sure, never been shy about your lofty ambitions. What's the plan then? Building a foothold in the CID, shooting through police bureaucracy, then finally landing in politics? I won't deny it, skill and knowledge only have meaning when you use them, and I intend to use mine. Of course, there are plenty of roads I could take to get into politics besides that one. Here comes his boundless confidence, like he ain't got good reason for it, but ugh. Bet your chief must have a hard time working out what to do with you. Well, she's a smart woman. I don't doubt she sees right through me. You found yourself a fine base of operations, haven't you? It's almost a shame the actual work you do from here is as shady as it comes. It really is a nice place. Even your landlords are sweethearts. I'm sure them being around has helped you achieve a balanced diet too, even if it probably still contains far too much sugar. Who are you, my mother? If you think the work we're doing here is shady, maybe stop piling more on us. How are things with your dad, by the way? I love how Van's like, speaking of shady, how are things with your dad? I've heard he's at least cooperating with questioning. He is. I've started seeing glimpses of the man he once was. Did plan to stay in Oracion until a guilty verdict on his charges was reached. But my mother sent me away saying she was sure I had something more important to do. Simone always was a strong woman, and it appears that she still is. Well, even if there's more to come, you must be feeling some relief that you have finally settled matters with him. I do. Half the reason I wanted to become a bracer was to clear my doubts about Father. I hate how those doubts turned out to be justified, but even still, he'll always be family to me. And though it led me to being the one to charge him, I don't regret the path I chose. Now I can dedicate my days to mulling over what being a bracer really means to me. It's time for me to consider my personal goals, to find out how I can wield my sword for my sake. It's like I can finally see things for what they truly are for the first time. Maybe you should try aiming for that unofficial S rank then. You know you got the determination to work for it. I don't know about that, or why you know about that rank for that matter. But now that I have a clearer head, I feel like even A rank is too high for me as I am. But since the higher-ups rejected not only my resignation but my request for a rank decrease, I'll just have to make peace with it. You even asked for a demotion, huh? Dang, you really gotta learn to loosen up. Oh yeah, you said that your dad was half the reason you became a bracer, right? What was the other half? What? Like, did something happen at school between me dropping out and graduation? You could say that, I suppose. But it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Not in the slightest. Got it. What's her deal? Did I screw up or something? You do nothing but screw up with Elaine. Man, my big mouth. Stop whispering over me, honestly, boys. You know, I heard how the two of you had a whale of a time at your own little gathering following the school festival's after-party. How disgraceful. Look, just because Renne brought his older girlfriend along doesn't mean we were looking to get into trouble. We just wanted to drink some stuff our square of a vice prez would have had our heads over. We didn't have a choice but to leave you out. Though we certainly saw some stunning clientele at that place my ex picked out, didn't we? Don't tell her that. I knew it, I knew it. You supported me during the student council elections, but you were getting up to such debauchery behind the scenes. Then out of nowhere, you just leave that letter and... Sorry, bringing that up again is hitting below the belt, isn't it? In whose playbook? Besides, I'm the one who's in the wrong here. You don't need to apologize.
If I'm allowed to stay on this subject, then please at least answer one question for me. Not why you left us behind. Why you wouldn't let us help you. I know we were at that age where we weren't quite adults, but we weren't children either. Maybe we couldn't have helped much even if we tried. But it's been 7 years, and all of us are grown now. And we're not the only ones who want to help you. All of your part-timers do too, along with so many others. Is there nothing we can do? Can you still not rely on us?
Man, Van, dude. Bro, how can you... Man, she's got a gaze that pierces through your soul, dude. Don't turn away from her.
Sorry.
Van, come on, man. You are hurting this girl.
Elaine.
I know what you're going to say. I'm sorry, Van. I overstepped my boundaries there.
No, you didn't.
Like I said, I'm the one who's in the wrong. So you know, you're right to be mad at me. And honestly, it makes me kind of happy that you are.
Because it means she cares?
Thanks.
You are so uncool.
Yeah, no arguments here.
It goes beyond uncool. It's almost painful to watch sometimes. You try your best to come across as apathetic about everything, but it's obvious as can be that you're faking it.
I agree. We bracers might get labeled something as embarrassing as allies of justice, but you're the one acting more like a kid's idea of cool. Someone who's so soft that he can't bear to turn his back on anyone in need.
Hit the nail on the head. You're softer than half the candy you eat, and aren't even aware of it.
You guys can stop dunking on me anytime now.
Putting aside your uncool demeanor, then you could probably stand to be a little more like the adult you are in front of your employees.
Damn, fun's over already?
We didn't mean to butt in. We just wanted to tell you that it was about time for the party to break up.
That doesn't really track with how hard you were trying not to be noticed.
How long have you guys been there?
Pardon us. We arrived roughly around when you said thanks.
You are so hopeless. You can sniff out just about anything, but you couldn't catch a whiff of us right around the corner.
Elaine! We're heading back to the branch now. What are you gonna do?
We won't stop you if you were planning a little one-on-one time with your friend there.
B.
Of course I'm not. I'll, come down and join you.
I'm planning to return to the office as well. Will you be accompanying me, Kincaid?
If I may, I will be right there.
Aw, there were so many cute girls here I felt like I was clicking with too.
Don't you have a girlfriend?
I can stay longer, right, sir?
Are you out of your mind? You have reports to write.
I feel you, young man. I feel you so much it hurts.
Honestly, I'm of the same mind. But it isn't right to deny the regulars of their bistro any longer.
Thanks for inviting me, Van. I had a lot of fun here, too.
I am so very honored that you extended an invitation to my humble self as well.
We didn't. Why did you even come?
My bad. I just wanted the hot dancer, but he ended up tagging along.
So it was your fault.
That was cool. That was a pretty neat scene. Nice, I'm getting scared by Victor.
I still can't believe it. You really went to Aramis then?
Yeah, though I dropped out.
That stage performance you did when you were a student was bonkers. Albert was almost starry-eyed when he was watching it. He started going on about how we had to do something at least as good.
I was not, and I did not.
Well, may it serve as inspiration while we start ironing out what we want to do for our own festival. Goodbye for now, Van. Thank you for inviting us.
There were so many interesting folks. I had a blast chatting them up.
Glad to hear it. What about you? Had fun?
Well, the food was pretty stellar, and it was exciting to meet so many different kinds of people. Whatever. Thank you for inviting me, sir.
Aw, sir. Look at him being so sweet.
Sweet now, but will he go back to sour later?
You don't need to analyze me.
You good?
Oh, it's nothing.
The train arriving on platform 2 will be traveling through the Aubert district to...
There's our train.
We gotta go, Agnes. Right.
Don't worry, it really is nothing. It's been a challenging day, so I hope you get a lot of rest.
Same to you. Night all. Whew, it's only 8 and I'm already feeling beat. It's just my imagination, right? I dealt with all of Almata's leftovers. My nose ain't picking up anything out of the ordinary either. But...
I doubt I'll sniff out anything more tonight. Better to focus on clearing out the 4 SPGs I've got piled up over the next couple days. I should make the rounds and see what else I can wrap up. I'm sure there's something.
Oh? I've loved some of your cooking. About the festival. I mean, do you want to maybe go with me? With Yume, too, of course? May I have this date? I'm afraid I can't, sorry. Oh! Wouldn't mind if you showed Yume around at the festival. And I might just come along with you. Oh, jeez. Well, that's fine by me. I actually had the balls to ask, and she agreed. Well, sort of. He's got a real marathon ahead of him. I'll have to keep an eye on how he does. Yes, we will. This is all my fault. I'm glad we avoided making this a police thing, but one wrong move in the entrance exam wouldn't have even mattered anymore. I've always been like this. How can we just change? How long has it been since we last ate together, actually? Been crunching for years now. All that to be rewarded with a demotion. Oh. Well, it seems like they're on the road to healing. It's gonna be awkward, but it's not bad. Wolves Requiem. We've seen that. I guess Climber's Story? I don't think I've seen that. Let's see what this is about. Oh, Marielle's back there. Didn't think we'd see her, but we did. This documentary is a dramatization of a memoir left behind by a mountain climber. The brutal intensity of mountaineering is laid bare against the ethereal booty? Oh my gosh, dude. It's like that time when I said booty's blade. The most impressive of which is the Tian Shan Mountains in the eastern region of the Republic. Nicholas, the author of the memoir, serves as the narrator as the team ascends the mountain using a route that was believed to be unscalable.
This isn't the first time I've gazed at the gaunt face of death. It awaits us all at the bottom of the abyss, yearning for our fall when a boulder bars our way. I've never seen a mountain rob the hope of the climbers challenging it. That is, not before today. It's been 10 days since we started our ascent, yet the summit is not even in sight. When you scale a mountain, death scales right behind you. Elman, Massif, and Gessner were among the greatest mountaineers in all the world, yet even they were claimed by death while on the climb to the top. Man is utterly powerless before the mountain. The frailty of humanity is unmasked in the face of nature's raw majesty. So then, why does man climb the mountain? And to that I say, I do not know. All I know is that the vast world beyond the summit has seized hold of my soul, and it will never let go.
Look who it is. You come here all by yourself? I was thinking it might be nice to maybe catch something, and then before I knew it, I found myself here. Did you come here to watch this movie too? I guess you could say that. You're smart to pick a documentary, one of the better genres to enjoy by yourself in my opinion. I know what you mean. Before I knew it, I was completely sucked into what was going on. Except at one point, I suddenly saw Dingo in my mind. He didn't look like he was sad or in pain or anything. He was smiling, softly. Looked like he was in such peace. Made me so happy to see that. Really happy, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry, I must sound crazy right now, talking like that. Nah, not at all. Hearing that from you honestly brings me a little comfort. Thanks, Mario. Go to the stable along the river upon which the injured iron steeds descend. It's gotta be the body shop, yeah? Hey, Juniper, Van's here. There you are. Good on you for solving that riddle. You put up the request then? Oh, nope, not me. Just heard through the grapevine what was going on and offered to lend a hand. No way I wasn't gonna pitch in. Pitch into what? Be straight with me here. You can leave all the questions for later. You took the subway here, yeah? I assume your car's gonna be in its usual garage. Mind if I go get it? That came out of nowhere. Y'all should have a key already since this is where I bring my car to get serviced. What are you up to, though? Nothing bad. Surprise! You're getting a nice free car wash on your dear truck. Uncle here's gonna give it his best shot, too, so we'll get her nice and shiny. Okay. Thanks for the offer. Oh, nowhere, though. I definitely like that, but let me pay for it. Nothing scares me more than free stuff. Absolutely not. It's fine. Don't look a gift at car wash in the water. But seriously, we don't need your money. And a splendid job right there of not looking suspicious, you know? Look, Van, don't play hard to get here. You won't owe us a thing. Client's already paid in full. So just shut up and get your car washed. Client? Who the hell puts up an order like this? Fine, since you insist, I'll leave you to it. Uncle better get your butt in gear while I'm away for the best car wash ever. If I gotta. On the gateway to our fair capital lies a merchant whose store carries varieties for every man. Reach him to accomplish this task. Guess I'll head to the next spot then. What's the point in getting my car washed? What's this client of theirs up to? Jennifer and Bradley in on this, it can't be that bad, right? No point in worrying now. If I want an answer, I'm probably going to have to find one myself. It's got to be the department store, yeah? What am I supposed to do here? Might you happen to be Mr. Van Arkride, sir? Huh? Yeah, that's me. I see. Congratulations, sir. You are precisely the 333rd customer to visit our store today. Allow me to present you with a gift in honor of this moment. Sure? It's an all-expenses-paid invitation to a bathing facility in Tryon Tower. Massage included too, so I believe it would be a fine way to rest away your weariness. Wait, what? Since when was it a thing to give out stuff this fancy just for wandering in at the right time? Is it not to your liking, sir? No, it ain't that. It sounds amazing, trust me. Then please accept it with our blessing. Allow me to give you this too. Another riddle, huh? Reach the place in the business district where 3 pillars stand and you can hear the rushing water. I'll await you there. Well, I will leave you to enjoy the rest of your evening. It's 2 unexpected but awesome gifts I've got now. What's my client's aim here? To put me in their debt? To get me to let my guard down? Still got no clue, but I guess I might as well see this through to the end. Welcome to the Maserati Hotel. We've been expecting you. Oh, hey, Rumsfeld. You've been waiting for me. So that means you got tied up in this thing too? Indeed I did. But first, why not sit down and relax? Surely all this adventuring has made you rather tired. Feel free to unwind while we prepare the grand finale. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Guess there's no point in getting all worked up about it. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Arkride. And 3 cheers for your efforts. Wait, what? Whoa! Yeah, buddy. It's our reward for your tireless work, Mr. Arkride. Bon appetit. Seriously, though? Did I die the other day? Am I in heaven? Is this mountain of sweets and it's all mine? Oh, it's so wonderful to see you delighted. It's the least we could have done, truly. Okay, hold the phone for a sec. Without even getting into how the hell I'm gonna eat all this without gaining a billion Curum, what's the catch here? Not saying I don't trust you, but I kinda don't trust you. It's too good to be true, too nice. Hell are you getting at? Nothing, Mr. Arkride, don't be so presumptuous. Wait, you? You dragged the whole city in here for this? Oh, that flustered look on your face is just too cute. Well worth the effort of gathering everyone here. Are the pieces coming together now? Why are all these friends and acquaintances of yours are here? I mean, I already got your money. You really don't need to pay me back for anything. No, but we do. We all wanted to get together to show our appreciation to you, the hardworking Spriggan who's helped us all through this wild year. I mean, that's literally just my job. I don't get it. You're my clients and I'm your Spriggan. That's all there is to it, really. Oh, read the room, you doofus. This is a more personal way of thanking you. Our thanks transcend Mira, my boy. This, we felt, was the best way to show our gratitude. We owe it mostly to Brazelia, though. She did all the heavy lifting. We thought this might make you happy, and it made us happy to give back to you. We didn't bungle it, did we? You people are impossible. But, thanks? What a day. Oh, he likes it. I'm happy to see that. Well, without further ado, let's bring out his presents. Is this real? So, do you remember us, Van? You helped us out with a register issue at our work. Hey, don't go blurting that out. Anyway, I gave it all back after that. You really saved me there. We heard you have a sweet tooth, so we got you some cream puffs. Made sure to get plenty. Hope you like them. You've really given me a peace of mind. I can live my life again. Thank you so much again for saving me from that stalker. Sure thing. I'm not here to pay anything off. I'm just here because it sounded fun. You like acting all jaded and glum, but there's the softy side that always shines through. You're having fun, aren't you? Zip it. I didn't ask to have fun. Thanks again for helping with that pendant. If it wasn't for you and your group, I never would have gotten to know Bruno like that. As thanks, I brought you some Engadin from Basel. It's already here on the table, so I hope you like it. Engadin? You know your sweets, huh? I honestly wasn't expecting you to show up in the first place. Hadn't been planning on it, honestly. But somebody wouldn't stop nagging me about it. You still remember when I had you look for my boyfriend? Happy I was able to finally get closure. I hope Mark did too. So I went and got you a chocolate cream pie. Share it with all the others at your office, will you? These are helping us test out our little puzzle game. As thanks, we'd like to give you some gum we're planning to give out as a game reward. This one's a trial run just for you. Come join in the fun again sometime. Sure, if I feel like it. Taught me a lot about security on the Orbital net. I've been a lot more careful since you helped me out. I hope so, Oslo. You really helped us out back there. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't taken that request. We're still here thanks to you. So here's some homemade chocolate for you. We poured our all into this. The real big one is for you, and the rest are for the other people at your office. Make sure to share with them, okay? Of course, I'm not that greedy, come on. Thanks, I'll dig in later. Thanks for helping my dad. Thanks to you and my son, I've cut ties with that awful place for good. So we got you a cheesecake as thanks. Thank you again for helping out this afternoon. We've still got a lot of stuff to work out, but we're moving in the right direction now. It's all thanks to you I was able to see my grandmother. I just want to thank you again. Got you a famous financier cake from Anchorville? Please enjoy it. Now you've piqued my interest. Honestly, I didn't do that much. A whole cake for some Spriggan like me? Right, I believe we're last up. I apologize for all the trouble. You really did save me there. Thank you ever so much. And, me too, thanks. Allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude once more. I dread to imagine what might have befallen the young miss had you not helped. Okay, I'm grateful. Don't know where the hell I'll store all this, though. My fridge ain't that big. Well, you'll just have to get to eating, then. Honestly, though, lighten up. You keep trying to brush off all this thanks and appreciation, but why? Yeah, you're too old to be an edgelord, man. Said the wannabe gangster. Ah, youth. On the subject, the young Mrs. Father wished to thank you as well. He has more in store for you than just the Tryon Tower Hot Spring ticket. He would like to invite you and all of Arkride Solutions to a gourmet dinner at the Maserati Hotel's restaurant. Wait, seriously? That's a real bougie place, isn't it? I can't turn that down, though. I've heard legends about that seasonal fruitcake. Wonderful. I'm sure Father will be happy to hear that. Honestly, I feel kind of bad having you guys do all this for me. But, thanks. Alright, I get it. You got the point across. Man, just let us thank you, you old grump. Van Appreciation Day party continued in earnest. Huh. The day wasn't over just yet. Van met a familiar face as he left the hotel. Why'd they have to gang up on me like that? That's not right. I'm allergic to kindness. Gonna have to hit the gym, feels like. Sounds like a good problem to have. Maybe, but it ain't my style. Big bunch of softies is what they were. Kind of funny, honestly. I always see the dark side of humanity in my line of work. This was the opposite. I got a clue how I stumbled into something selfless like that. Who's the true softy, the clients or the Spriggan who went above and beyond to give them peace of mind? Oh, shut up. Something tells me that the whole thing was your doing anyway. Am I wrong? Right again. Thought the young miss came up with the idea in fairness. Or though the fair miss came up with the idea. He found this young businessman, you might know him, his name's Roderick, and his face lit up like a match when he heard your name. I guess we did hit it off for a bit. That led them to me, as I'd already done some research into you on Brazilia's behalf. Figured I'd lend a hand as a thanks for how you helped Dingo. Ah, that was nothing. Wait, back up a bit. What do you mean, did some digging? Exactly what it sounds like, pardon my nosiness. You're an interesting fellow, you know. Dingo told me a thing or two about you, and I can't deny it got me curious. Might make for a good article. Arkride the anti-hero. Not the man Edith deserves, but the man Edith needs. How am I supposed to keep a low profile if you slap my face on the front page? I was wondering how that kid got all those guys together. That was the trick, huh? Righto. Gotta hand it to her. I didn't think we'd be able to put on that big a party on such short notice. She even roped the department store and that mechanic's place in too. She's something else. And it all worked to perfection. A big old party with enough sugar to put you in a coma. Come to think of it, that would make for a great article too. I can see it now. Ah, I got it. An anti-hero's welcome. Arkride sheds tears at touching tribute. Would you knock it off with the anti-hero stuff? And I was not crying. Whatever you say. If you don't mind, I'll be keeping track of your exploits from here on out. Hey, give a man a break, will ya? Have to keep an eye out for him too. Well, I guess a journo's gotta eat.
That takes care of that.